There's one more that Moody's Mark Zondi says that the Fed clearly made a mistake, and that's obvious to everyone, including them. Yeah, but don't worry, Biden, I cured the economy. Is that like curing ham or bacon? Yeah, is that how you cured it, Mr. President? Ugh.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Do you know what you will never hear when using Frank Duran, the real estate man?
No gimmicks, no fluff, and no play on words. Your best interest is what's important to me.
That's Frank, and he guarantees results.
I back you up with a true written performance guarantee.
Backed by a team of experts, but he oversees every deal.
I'm with you every step of the way.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
Don't trust your biggest financial investment with just anyone.
Is rap music a confession or an artistic expression? Listen to the legal anatomy of current events on your favorite platform to make your decision.
Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Think Plumline Services. With quality brands like Carrier and always plumb crazy value. I use Plumline in my home on a mission of excellence with character and ethics. Clear drains, fix leaks, wiring, and quality Carrier systems. Plumline Services. From Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Service at home. Servants at heart. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Business owners, don't you love the summer in Colorado, but hate to paint? Do what business owner Steve did. He called Rhino Shield.
The building itself is made out of concrete block. We've had it painted once before, and I heard the ads for Rhino Shield, and that piqued my interest.
Rhino Shield's ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
So the Rhino Shield crew that came out was really good. Next to our building, we have some automotive repair shop. There was no paint, no overspray anywhere that I could see, even on the concrete.
Business or residential, right now get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
You don't think of paint as an investment, but when you don't have to worry about painting your building for 25 years, to me is a no-brainer.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Go Rhino Shield! Will you have the income you need for retirement? Worried about your investments? There's something you can do about it. A plan guaranteed in writing not to lose a dime. Guaranteed returns. Income for life. Call now for a free retirement evaluation and get a free best-selling book by certified financial planner Joe Chiano. 303-779-6600. The book, Smart Money Moves. And it's free. 303-779-6600. Free retirement review and a book. 303-779-6600.
Done right kitchens, baths, counters and floors, finished basements, windows and doors. Our 8% scheduling incentive and bank financing to ask about make a great time to call 800-362-8370 or drhi.com.
Summer's ending and Zero Res is helping us clean up with special pricing. 3 rooms, just $109 and $75 off duct cleaning. That's carpet cleaning with super purified water. The best cleaning agent in nature. And if you think any carpet cleaning will do, think again. If it wasn't Zero Res, they're not really clean. Chemicals and dirt attracting residue are left behind. And only Zero Res gets them really clean. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. That's why Zero Res is the only carpet cleaner I'll have in my home. I care about my health and indoor air quality. No chemicals touch my carpets. A clean you can see and feel. 303-471-5150. 3 rooms, just $109 and $75 off duct cleaning. Clean carpets and better indoor air quality. Why would you do anything else? Zero Resified. Safe for kids, safe for pets, safe for you. 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Temperatures today are still warm in the mid-90s, but we do have some rain moving in for later on this afternoon. That should help to cool us down. And then a big cool down coming for later on this week. I'm Fox 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. The exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. Major Wall Street indexes all down more than 2% in morning trading, and despite investor fears, Bankrate's chief financial analyst Greg McBride tells ABC this was overdue.
Market corrections, which is a 10% pullback from a high, tend to happen on average about once a year, every 12 months or so. We're overdue. So, put it in that context.
Former President Donald Trump trying to pin the sell-off on Vice President Kamala Harris. She spent the weekend meeting with contenders to join her as a running mate. The CENTCOM commanders in the Middle East, the U.S. attempting to help Israel defend itself. Iran is expected to retaliate after the recent killings of Hamas and Hezbollah leaders. Debbie downgraded to a tropical storm but being blamed for one death. A 13-year-old boy in Levy County, Florida was killed when a tree fell onto his family home. Major concerns are dangerous rain and storm surge for Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas. This is ABC News. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer says a standing army of police will be cracking down on street violence that was sparked after a murder suspect was misidentified online as a Muslim asylum seeker. ABC's Patrick Reevell has more.
This disinformation was being circulated very, very widely and very quickly by far-right groups. We saw riots almost immediately in Southport, where groups of men began attacking first a mosque. They then set fire to a local community support office. Very ugly violence targeted directly at the Muslim community up there.
Prime Minister called it far-right thuggery. A Delta flight returned to Boston Sunday after the jet was struck by lightning just minutes after takeoff.
Delta 112 Heavy, as I understand, was a lightning strike and was overweight landing. Correct.
Those recordings from liveatc.net as audio captured the conversations as the plane prepared to land. Everybody was safe. The FAA will investigate. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
If you're talking, they will hear you every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. Zero tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt, that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so...
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too. I'm not saying that Matt's gonna be this perfect kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
You think kids that age really listen?
They never admit it, Bill, but they hear more than you think.
Talk. They hear you. For more information about talking with kids about underage drinking, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Firefighters continue to make progress on several fires burning along the Front Range. The state's largest wildfire is the Alexander Mountain Fire west of Loveland. It's burned more than 9,600 acres and is 54% contained. Operations Chief Brandon Woodward.
As we move over around into what we call Tango, which is along the Highway 34 corridor, they've already started the mop-up process. That looks really, really good all the way out to Midway.
That fire's destroyed 26 homes. In Jefferson County, containment on the Quarry Fire has increased to 35%. It's burned 472 acres. The Stone Canyon Fire in Boulder County is now 100% contained. Today, all Colorado state parks are waiving admission. It's in celebration of the state's 148th birthday. Military members can get in free all month. But all other park fees remain, such as camping reservations, boat registrations, and hunting licenses. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Our overall light drive this morning seems to be clearing out. Most areas getting back to normal. We are still pretty heavy if you're southbound I-25 making your way past downtown. Watch for that slowing to Spear, but once you clear that, you're looking great headed into the Tech Center. Southbound 225, we do have delays yet. Parker Road down to Yosemite. Northbound 225 cleared out across Aurora. A little busy here, both sides of 270 on your Commerce City Drive. We're dealing with one off-highway crash. This is going to be on Chambers just north of E470. As we take a look at your weather for today, expect a few afternoon clouds, mainly sunny and a high near 96 for today. Right now it's 81 degrees in Denver. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of how a black cowboy may have been the inspiration for the Lone Ranger. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One. September 20th and 21st. T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Keep listening for your next chance to be there.
Hey, pool season fanatics, your summer persona is calling. It's time for sun-soaked party scenes at MGM Grand, new luxury cabanas at Bellagio, and sandy beach living at Mandalay Bay. Show off your poolside, only with MGM Rewards. Visit MGMRewards.com for details.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
When he's not talking about it, he's tweeting about it.
Do you Twitter?
Follow the Troubleshooter at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of Denver's talk station on Twitter.
Just give me your Twitter and I'll follow you.
Find us right now at 630 KHOW.
Yeah.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Here to help you any way we can. With help, information, referrals. We do it every single day, Monday through Friday. And I want to talk about a lot of important things going on today in the stock market. It's crazy stuff going on. So I'm going to do that in just a minute. But I noticed Suzanne is on the phone about an HOA issue. So, Suzanne, what's going on with you?
Hey, Tom. Thank you.
What's happening?
Well, in May, on Mother's Day, I got a call from a neighbor that water was coming into her unit, and she was saying it was from my unit above her garage.
Are you in a condo?
And when I was done, yeah.
Okay.
And it has a strange design where the crawl space in her garage is behind locked doors. I never even knew about it. And there was a leaky pipe in there.
In whose crawl space? Your neighbor's?
Yeah, my neighbor who's... she actually lives above me, but this was her garage, which is below my unit.
I got it. So it wasn't your water. It was water going into your apartment, into your condo.
It was... Yeah, it was maybe my water, but it could have been other people in my building that share. It's a common area, is the bottom line.
Well, you're saying the leak, though. You're saying the leak was in a crawl space.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the crawl space is not accessible from your unit.
Exactly.
And the water was flowing where? From the crawl space to where?
Into her garage.
And then from her garage into what?
In there, but it wasn't that big of a leak that it was like streaming out. You know, it just.
Did it do damage to your place?
Over a long time. No.
Okay.
And
okay, got it.
The issue, the issue is that she's a lawyer, and she told me on the spot that crawl space had only my pipes in there, and I better get a plumber there immediately and deal with it. So I got somebody there on a Sunday evening, and he did a great job patching it. It took him 40 minutes, and I paid him $1,700 on the spot. And then he got a mitigation crew to come to look at it and clean, start cleaning the next day. But
now your insurance, if this is your responsibility, your insurance will cover it.
Yes, and they've done the assessment, and they're like, no, you were not negligent. But the neighbor had been insisting that it was coming from my hot water heater.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what the neighbor says. It matters what it is. Hold on, Suzanne, and I'm going to come to you.
Okay.
I have to think of the experts I want to get on. And there's another reason. I also want to go to another caller. But do not hang up. I mean, I'm not done with you at all. I want to help you, okay? And I appreciate your patience. I want to talk to Michael Abate. Michael, are you there, sir?
I am, Tom. How are you?
Good. Michael is with Atlas CPAs and Financial Advisors. And everyone, not everyone, most everyone is looking at the stock market because there's been a major change. Now, in general terms, Michael, I want to talk in general terms. I don't want to ace out people who don't have a degree in accounting or finance. And I want to talk about this because this does affect everyone. If you have a 401k and IRA, if you have a stock account, an individual account, it also affects businesses and business plans. And the stock market affects everything. Stock market is common ownership and stuff. Let's just put it that way. And even though we believe that big corporations are big corporations, they're really not. They're big corporations made up of a lot of people. Now, obviously, you have some big stockholders that control things, and some people call them fat cats and all that. I don't want to get into all that. I want to get into the stock market. It's been doing so well so long, and no one knew why. Is this the first time that, Biden took and I'm not getting political here, but he took credit for it. Before that, Trump took credit for it. Let's talk about the stock market. That prior to this kind of volatile period right now, the volatility has been going on now for what? 2 weeks, 3 weeks? How long, Michael?
It's been a couple of weeks.
Okay, now before that, to get very simplistic, why was the market doing so damn good? And the reason I say that is it was doing so damn good that you could hardly make a mistake. Why? Why was it doing so well?
So a lot of people invest in the broad stock market, like the S&P, if you want to talk about.
Yeah, which is an index of a bunch of companies, and and the S&P is one of them, and we have the Dow is another. And okay, go ahead. Yes, a lot of people.
There are a lot of people that have investments in that through their 401k plans. And a lot of the returns that we've seen over the last year have been driven by some of the largest tech companies that are part of that return or part of that index.
So was it skewed by those companies alone, or were the other companies rising because of them?
They're dragged up with them because they're in the index, but it definitely had an add-on effect. Like if you were in the index, you got pulled up when those other companies went up. Because every time someone goes.
But would people invest in those other companies because they were just optimistic because of the tech companies? In other words, did this tech optimism spread to other companies where people would buy other companies?
Yeah, I think the AI boom also helped spread out where people were looking to put their money and where they were looking to allocate resources.
Did fundamentals back that up? Now, I want to talk to people really basically about this because I believe that everyone should know a little bit about this. But in a stock market, there are many things that drive the market. There are hunches, there are attitudes, there are sentiments, and then there is reality, what I call fundamentals. Is a company making money? Is it growing? Is it contributing to the economy? Is it literally a good investment? Not because you're going to have another fool buy it, but because it is a good company. Now, how much of that optimism or that the rallies we've seen in the later part of 23 and in 24, how much of that was driven by fundamentals?
I think a portion of it, I would say probably a third of that if I had to put a number on it. Because earnings for companies that have been released that are not those 7 big companies have been fairly good. And the U.S. economy has had decent data over the last year, which has also helped with the floating up of the stock markets.
Okay, so what happened then?
When you have high rates for as long as we have, it's been a year since the Fed raised rates the last time, the impact that has on companies, we're actually starting to see larger layoffs.
So it takes that long? It takes that long?
Oh, yeah.
So, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Interest rates are a blunt instrument, and the feeling and the impact on companies, if they're well capitalized and have reserves and can weather the storm, it's been a year now that they've had to have increased borrowing costs to the level that we haven't seen in a long time. And that's been one of the challenges, is we're starting to see those larger layoffs and right sizing of companies because they can't borrow cheaply anymore.
So so we would call interest rates a leading indicator, but it takes a long time for them to show up as far as impact on the economy.
Correct, and people have heard about short-term rates versus long-term rates, and when you have an inverted yield curve, you're going to see a recession. We've had that for a while now, and there's not really been signs of recession from an economic standpoint that have started to show until very recently.
But are we going into a recession?
I would say we're probably in the beginning or middle of a very vanilla recession right now. The challenge is you don't know about it until you're starting to come out of it, because the bounce back when they start to pull rates down from where they're at, September's the next meeting, and everyone was shocked when they didn't move rates this past meeting in August. But in 1997, there was an emergency meeting that happened, and they came in and they lowered rates. The problem is there's not a fire to put out. There's not a credit crisis. There's not a liquidity crisis. This is a global repositioning and repricing of stuff that has been brewing for the last year because of this high interest rate environment.
Yeah, so is it a normalization? Is it something that should happen? In other words, corrections, we look at corrections sometimes as being negative, and they are if you lose value, but in reality, they might be reality.
Yeah, the repricing of companies to where the market feels they should be based on price dynamics.
Yeah.
That's the emotions of things. That's I'm going to sell out of something that I wanted to get a little too greedy and had too much of.
Yeah.
I'm going to get right-sized in my positions.
Okay, so it's normal.
I think this is a fairly normal market move. I mean, when people see 1,000 points when you wake up first thing, that is a big number, but in reality, that's less than 2.5% of a move on the Dow Jones. So as I look at the screens right now, we're only down 780 on the Dow. And this morning at like 9 o'clock, it was down 1080. So that's a quick swing back. If things were really fundamentally horrible, I don't think you would have seen us come off the lows as quickly as you have.
Okay.
And the biggest drop is in the tech-heavy sector, the NASDAQ.
Sure.
Which is where everyone has to right-size themselves, because all of those companies, because of AI and all of the other things that go along with the network that you need for that particular new growth apparatus in our economy, everyone wants to get in on it.
Okay, so in essence, if we have recessions, they should not be as deep and cutting as they were in, let's say, 2008, 2009, or before that in the 90s. Will we ever see those great recessions, or have we learned a lesson, or is there a lesson?
I think that the lessons learned are learned well until we forget about them.
Okay,
and it's not been long enough. Since 2008, there's been a lot of changes to the policy since then. As I said earlier, this is not a credit or liquidity crisis like we had back in 2008. And in the late 90s, and I remember the late 90s, interest rates going up, like literally like a staircase to where they're at now, and then dropping very quickly after that, because we didn't have a pandemic and we didn't have all the other things that were happening these last few years that we're recovering from. There's also been a huge unwind of our balance sheet, like the Fed's balance sheet. Bonds are bleeding off. So that has an impact to all of this as well. It's not like we're pumping juice into the system like we were during any of those cycles in the past.
So what do you see going forward? And I know I'm asking an impossible question, but what do you think? A normalization, more recession, more inflation? What do you think?
Well, I mean, we went from 9% inflation to down below 3% now. And that's very much closer to that 2% level that they're looking for. The thing that impacts the people in the 401k plans is institutional investors are using leverage mechanisms that can make things move a lot quicker than the regular person who's moving stuff around in their 401k. And what I broadly mean by that is regular people are not playing with currency transactions and interest rate swaps and things like that, but banks and institutions are. And that is the unwind, I think, that you're seeing as that waterfall starts. It's not the regular investor saying, I want to get out of the stock market. It's literally margin calls that are happening that are forcing people to sell.
Yeah.
And to give you an example, there's no reason why interest rate should have been swapped down 12% overnight in the markets in Asia. There's nothing wrong with Samsung. And that's
emotion.
That's emotion, and that's not even emotion. That's I can get the most for that asset to cover a loss somewhere else that I need to get out of.
Okay, got it. You know, Paul, thank you very much. If we get some calls, we may call you back, but I appreciate you being on. I wanted just your impressions, I wanted to get some quick observations. People are welcome to call in on this. I'm Tom Martino. This hour brought to you by WaterPros.net. The best water systems, the lowest prices for drinking water at the kitchen sink, $1,400 fully installed, 303-862-5554.
Was that Paul or Michael?
Oh, I meant Michael. Sorry, did I say Paul?
You said a lot of things. Are you okay?
Oh, shut up. Do I sound that bad?
Well, I mean, it could be ADD or Asperger's or something, but I love you. All right, stand by for the Lesser Keanu.
Dragon told me he put on a few pounds, but having done the SOTA weight loss...
She's yelling, that means Jordan, not Joe. Yeah, you know.
Off. I know what I need to eat and not eat. I'm going to get back on track, and this amount of weight that I want to lose, once I get on track, again, starting now, should lose it in 2 weeks, maybe 3. This is the thing that's different about SOTA than about any other weight loss program I've ever heard of, and that is they really, really teach you how to kind of manage this yourself. It's not just that you lose the weight, it's that you keep it off, but if you get a little undisciplined, you know what to do to get back on track. Learn more at SOTAweightloss.com. It stands for state-of-the-art, and it really is. SOTAweightloss.com.
I want to talk to Joseph Cano now, certified financial planner. And, of course, he's always been talking about volatility and how to avoid it. And, again, while the stock market has made people money, it can also lose you money quickly. Those who don't have a long time horizon, for example, people in their 50s and 60s, may want to have some of their money in safety. Can you explain that, Joe?
Just wanted to say.
Oh, it's Jordan. Sorry, Jordan. But same thing goes. Jordan works with his dad. Go ahead. Sorry.
Same thing. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is we're not blind to see that the stock market has to go up and down. Well, this is the recession we've all been talking about that's coming. And what we deal with our company here at Become Banker is protecting your money from these recessions. That is retirement money, 401ks, IRAs, pensions, anything you have, we can help grow that money, protect it from these downfalls. But honestly, with our products, you're looking for the downfall so you can make all the gains after this.
Okay. And what does it do during times of volatility? Nothing. I mean, in other words, you can't lose your gain. You can't lose your principal. But since some of it is based on the stock market, what does happen to your returns?
Great question. The thing that can happen is what we like to say in the business is zero is your hero. In other words, that is the lowest you can get in a given year. If the market crashes, 0%, meaning that you are plateauing. You're not going backwards. You're not losing your principal. But if you are making money, you're going up like a stairway effect. You go up, sideways, up, sideways. And that's what this product does, protects you from those downfalls.
And then at the end, explain how there is another figure they do so you're absolutely guaranteed at least a minimum return, even if you had 0 years.
You have two components. We call it the ghost account. But basically, the companies are so smart, and they just have a guaranteed ratchet up system that every year you're getting a guaranteed rate of return. Has nothing to do with the stock market, and it goes 3.5, 4.5, 5, 6.5. Just depends on your age.
Right.
And at the end, whichever's higher, the market account or the guaranteed account, that's what the company gives you. Best of both worlds.
Okay. And that, again, if you are looking for diversity and protection, MyMoneyMyWay.com, 303-779-6600, 303-779-6600. Hey, if you're looking for floor coverings and you want the best people in the biz, I will direct you to Simply Floors Inc., INC, simplyfloorsinc.com. Buddy and Karen Mitchell are the owners. They're great people. I know them well, and they just celebrated a 10-year anniversary. They have employees dedicated to making this a great experience for you. They help you pick the right stuff for the right place and then get you the right prices and the best installers in the business. You can't beat it. Simply Floors Inc., INC. You can go, that's simplyfloorsinc.com. You can go to their website to find out their locations for 3 showrooms, or they can come and visit you, or a combination of both. Simplyfloorsinc.com.
Love you. That was awesome.
Yeah, it wasn't senile, you son of a bitch.
Could have been penile, but not senile.
People are just so mean.
I'm sorry if you weren't picking up on us saying Jordan.
Oh, yeah, that too. Just I'll call you Jill, you call me Joe.
How about him getting on the wrong plane?
No, he didn't.
Oh, you didn't see that?
Come on. Oh, I need to get Brad O'Brien on. I'm sorry for this condo thing.
No, speaking of the wrong plane, you got it.
Sorry.
No, he was on the tarmac after the hostage exchange, which was still, pretty good deal. They were able to work that out with Germany.
Why are we getting Brad O'Brien?
And the one that said Air Force One, he couldn't see?
I guess not, because he got on the plane that had just dropped off the hostages, a much smaller plane that was just happened to be right there.
Oh, he did not. Now,
Yes.
why would Secret Service let him go all the way up?
We wonder that. He was on the plane for about 2 minutes, and the Secret Service and Kamala were standing there watching him, just kind of looking at each other.
And he'll say he went up to say hi to the pilot or something.
They
That's
claim,
exactly what they said.
yeah, but the plane was empty.
Ah.
But hey, dude, we understand. It's just what pisses us off is that they covered it up for so long.
Everything's a cover-up.
You got to cover that thing up.
What's
Look
that?
at that.
I'm sorry, one more time. Josh, J-O-S-E.
Oh, they just tell them I referred you personally.
Oh, listen to you.
Charge an extra 10.
All right, hang on for me. Wait, why am I getting Brad O'Brien? I got it, because Brad always wants to know
Tom, is Brad O'Brien the HOA thing?
Yeah, I just want to ask him in general about liability and stuff. He may or may not know it, but I just want him to weigh in on it.
Understood. Yeah, he just usually likes a little bit of a heads up.
And then I want also Compass.
All right. Hang on.
An iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. ProBidEnergy.com for your solar systems. That's sales, installation, and service, and people you can trust. ProBidEnergy.com. Hey, I want to go back to Suzanne. Wait, Suzanne, we're getting some experts on. I'll go back to you after we get some experts. I want to go to Brenda now. Brenda, what's going on with you, Brenda? Hi, Brenda.
Hello.
What's going on with is it a Ford Focus?
It's a Ford Focus.
What's happening?
It's been at the dealership for 8 months out of the last year. It needs a new transmission, but it took them this long to figure out that it needs a new transmission.
Where did you have it? Where did you have it for service?
I took it to Larry H. Miller first. The first time it broke down and told me transmission fail, I had it towed to them.
How many miles on it?
But then 65,000.
Really? That shouldn't have a bad transmission. I want to ask a few questions. How long have you owned it?
A year, 13 months.
Where'd you buy it?
I bought it from Quest Motors.
Okay. So you took it to Larry H. Now tell your story.
So I took it there, and it took them so long to get back to me. And then when they did get back to me, just to even say that they had it, and when they did get back to me, they called me a different name, and they had a different car, and they kind of just didn't know what was going on. So I had it towed to a transmission shop. The transmission shop told me, you need a new transmission. And at that time, I had an extended warranty. I had a warranty that I purchased.
And what transmission shop told you that?
Mark at Cotman Transmission.
Cotman, okay. So anyway, keep going.
So he said that it's better to have the dealership do it, first of all, because part of the transmission was warranted by the dealership.
Well, that's really nice that they told you that. That's really nice. So then what?
Yeah,
so your extended warranty,
when
you bought the car, you had an extended warranty, and you believe that warranty covers the tranny.
Yes.
Okay, keep going.
So I had it towed back to the dealership. And the dealership said, no. Even though on the dashboard it gave me transmission fail error messages. And they're like, no, it's the sensors. We have to replace the sensors. So they replaced the sensors. It worked for a couple of months, and then it broke down again, and then it broke down again, and then it broke down again. It just keeps breaking down.
And this was Larry H. This was Larry H. Miller who told you it was the sensors?
Yes. And then they said that they thought it might be the transmission control module. And then they said that it was the wire harness. And they assured me that that's what it was, that it would work just fine, that it wouldn't break down on me again and leave me stranded.
So how long has Larry H. Miller been fooling around with this?
8 months. Well, for the past year, but they've had my car on their car lot for 8 months out of the past year.
So wait,
then,
you've had that, you've not driven your car for 8 months. Did you get a loaner during that time?
No, and I've asked repeatedly for a loaner.
Well, they don't owe it to you, but it would be nice. So where does it stand right now, Brenda?
So one of the management got involved a month ago, and he said that it's his priority. He's taking care of this. Just give him a few days, and just give him a few more days, and just give him a few more days. And he's trying to get help from corporate. And he's like, he thinks they'll help, but then they're helping other people who he requested after my request, and he doesn't know why. Just give him a few more days. So I'm just...
Now, if the warranty covers this, do you have to take it to Larry H.?
My warranty expired while it was sitting on Larry H. Miller's car lot.
Hold on. It's still going to cover this because they never fixed it. If what is wrong with that car would have been covered, they need to cover it. And I hope they told you that. I mean, it happened it happened while it was under warranty. They can't very well say, too bad. Otherwise, Brenda, all they'd have to do is just keep every car until the warranty expires, right?
Right, but it was an extended warranty aftermarket that I purchased. That
Well,
was
it doesn't
only for 3
matter.
months.
It doesn't matter. If it happened during that warranty and that warranty would have covered it, then I believe they should cover it. It just stands to reason. I mean, it's just logical to me. What are they telling you right now? What's the latest you heard from these people?
To give them more time, they'll talk to corporate and see if there's something they can do to help.
Hold on a second. I'm going to have Deputy Doc. He's in the studio. Deputy Doc, can you talk to her? Call over to Larry H. Miller. Come on, this is ridiculous. And also tell them that about the extended warranty. If it happened under warranty, they can vouch for it. I'm going to go to Brad O'Brien, attorney at law, real estate attorney, olslaw.com. I want to ask him a quick question. Hey, Brad. If someone has, you live in a condo and you have common, you have common stuff, but then you have like water lines that go to and from your condo. But if they go through another, if you could picture this, if they go through another crawl space and you have absolutely no access to that crawl space and it pops a leak or something, would this homeowner, her neighbor who had some damage from the water, claims that she needs to cover it because it's her pipe. Now, I think you're going to say maybe that the HOA bylaws might take effect. I don't know. What would you do in a case like that?
Well, the HOA declaration, the written document, normally covers who's responsible for what inside the walls.
Okay.
Normally they're written where if a water line serves one unit, then the water line in the wall that serves that unit is the responsibility of the unit owner. And normally they're written that if there's a water line serving multiple units, and it's an HOA responsibility. But you have to look at the document.
Now, I want to ask very quickly here, Suzanne, does that water line, whether you agree or not, it isn't the issue here, but is that water line yours?
I don't know.
Oh, you really don't know. So the plumber who fixed it, can you you call the plumber, what did the plumber say? Was it your line? Was it your cold water line going into the water heater? Did I hear something about the water heater?
I think it was my line, actually, because, my water heater was, it was working just fine, but I was running out of hot water in the shower.
Okay.
And I believe the hot water kind of was running out of that pipe down there.
Now, Brad, do you know, or should I ask Compass Insurance? Would her insurance cover that, or would they're telling her she wasn't negligent, they're not covering it?
Well,
I think I found out. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Brad.
Some insurance policies will cover it under the base policy, but some insurance policies you have to buy an additional endorsement onto the homeowner's policy to get that inside the wall coverage.
Okay, Suzanne, what were you saying?
Okay, so it's definitely outside my unit, outside my walls, and in the common area. And that's been determined and proven with a video.
Okay, so it's in a common area, but isn't it under her condo?
No, it's under mine. But it's next to, it's in the back of her garage. There's this little pony wall.
But
and
it's
a door.
not, you say it's under yours, but what do you mean it's a common area?
Because my pipes are not the only ones in there.
Okay, so this is an area where pipes run back and forth.
Yeah.
More than yours. How many pipes are in there? For multiple units?
I couldn't really determine it because they wouldn't share any information about it or drawings.
Right, what do you
or
think
anything.
about that if it's in a common area? What do you think about that?
Well, I think that the declaration is going to specify who's responsible for this particular pipe.
Okay.
You can't, any guessing won't change the fact that it's determined in that document.
And so if it's each unit owner, she's going to have to pay it whether her insurance pays it or not, is what you're saying. Yep. By the way, Brad, thank you. Brad is basically stating the facts as we should check them out. We're going to check with Compass Insurance Group in general. Brad is at olslaw.com, 720-370-7388. More coming right up.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
We're still pretty backed up. If you're eastbound 270 this morning, be aware there is a crash cleaning up at the very end of the ramp getting on the eastbound I-70. They've been mostly off to the right shoulder. Looks like they may have a tow truck in there now trying to get things loaded up. But do expect delays from Vasquez as you make your way down to I-70 and merging in with the highway there. Of course, westbound 270 running heavy and slow from I-70 up to Vasquez. We're looking pretty good up and down I-25 right now. Looks like we got a new crash southbound Colorado at 17th backing us up as we take a look at your weather for today. Mostly sunny. It's going to be a hot one. High of 96 degrees. It's currently 87. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. I started Blindster in 2010 in my garage after I overpaid for new blinds. I researched the industry, hired my mom, and 14 years later, we're one of the largest retailers of custom blinds in the U.S. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com.
You know, we just heard from someone talk about a broken pipe. Now, if you have a property catastrophe of any kind and you need cleanup, maybe you've noticed mold or asbestos, or you have a broken pipe, a fire, a flood, smoke damage, whatever it is, unattended death, you need what's called a restoration company. They're really worth their weight in gold if you find a good one. But man, if you find a bad one, you end up paying twice. Your insurance pays, then you're screwed. If they don't do a good job, you got to find someone else. That's why I like you picking the right company up front. American Restoration 24/7. Rock and his team are rock stars. And pun intended, by the way. They have the EPA certifications, knowledge, and know-how to get the job done right. So at the sign of trouble, call them. Don't let your insurance company dictate who you call. They'll pay. You call. 8337-AM-REST. 8337-AM-REST. AmRest247.com. If you're injured, you call a personal injury attorney. But you call someone who will talk to you without obligation, without any kind of charge. You want a complimentary consultation with John Fuller, and he'll talk to you personally. He's not going to push you off to a call center or an intake committee. He'll answer all of your questions about personal injury. He'll talk to you about what it's worth based on his experience and how to collect based on his experience. And you can trust John. You'll get his personal cell phone if you decide to hire him, that you can call or text at any time, and constant communication. John Fuller, Fuller Law. I like to say, notice the difference. 303-597-4500, 597-4500. The website is myaccidentlawyer.co.
Very nice. Thank you, sir.
Adam can't get him.
Is Mark signed on?
We do not know. This is not What's My Line. Did you ever watch that?
Will the mystery guest please sign in?
Yeah, I remember that.
Describe yourself and what you do. Well, I think I host a show that helps consumers.
Can you ask him if he's done with Suzanne?
We weren't listening.
I need Compass Insurance.
That's it.
Get it together, sister. Get it together.
Huh. You know, listen, no matter how big a shovel she has, all this shit flying around, she's not going to be able to catch all of it. Just fucking take it easy. No offense. When I get to traffic lights here in town, I judge whether or not I give money to the Venezuelans when I hold up a picture of Nicolas Maduro or Edmundo Gonzalez and see who they support. I only give money to Gonzalez supporters. I've not had to spend much money. I know it's elaborate. But.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Talk station. Online at khow.com.
What's that?
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. By the way, I do have a guest coming up, Bob Logan from Plumline. And Plumline Services, plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. I have some texts here that I would have called him about anyway, so it's good that he's here. But on this, we're going to get Compass Insurance Group on for that, also that HOA. But meanwhile, I also want to talk to you as you call 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. And remember, you call 303-MARTINO 24/7, 303-627-8466. Josh has a question on credit reports. Hi, Josh. What's going on, Josh? Hello, Josh. What's happening?
Should be there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir. What's happening?
Do you know any creative ways to get a 30-day late payment removed off your credit report?
Well, some of the ways people do, and I'm not saying it's creative necessarily, but it works sometimes, is to simply challenge it, and they don't answer the challenge, and they have to remove it. But tell me about how long ago the 30 days late was.
Oh, it just happened, and it was due to fraud on a bank account that got closed. And
okay, well, normally, hold on. Normally, if there's a good explanation like that, the easiest way is through the credit issuer, not the credit reporting agency. But, for example, I forget what it was, maybe a Nordstrom account, and I had it set up on auto pay. And they took it out late and then marked it late. And I could clearly show that. Is it something like that? If you can show, and if you contact them, they don't want to hurt you. I mean, if you say to them, look, the reason this was late was because of this, this, and this, and you can show it, many times they'll just take it off for you.
So would I just email Citibank customer service?
That's where I'd start. Sometimes they have a number to call on your credit report, but you should start there and say, I'm trying to look. Now, a lot of them that are lazy will say, there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to keep trying. Or you have to call the credit department or wherever it was late. What were you late paying? Of the credit card?
It was a monthly payment to Best Buy that's been on auto pay for the last 10 years.
No. Then Best Buy's the one that reported it, not Citibank.
Well, the Best Buy card is through Citibank.
Okay.
They manage the Best Buy.
Who reported it?
Citibank. I'd have to look, but it was probably reported as Best Buy Financial Services, but it's serviced by Citibank.
Okay. Well, in that case, you could also go to Best Buy. Either one. You just have to get the issuer, though. The credit reporting agency will never take it off.
Yeah,
the only way they will take it off is if it was truly in error, not by mistake, but in error.
Okay.
So like it's not you or something. So start there, Josh, and then call me back. I mean, really, most of the time, whoever issued that late fee, that late charge, will take it off if you have a true explanation for it, because they're not necessarily looking to hurt you. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Jerry, you want to give a good report on a car dealer? Go ahead, quickly.
Yes, no, of course. So the dealership is Morgan County Motors. They got a location out in Fort Morgan and Yuma, Colorado. I can't for the life of me recall the gentleman's name, but I bought a car from him a while back, and about a month after owning it, found out that it had a bad piston in it and it needed an engine replacement. The car was sold to me as is.
Oh, yeah?
Out of a kind gesture, out of a kind gesture, he bought the car back from me and got me out of the loan.
You know what? That is really stand up. It's called Morgan County Motors.
That is correct.
Thank
now,
you
I
for.
can't say he would do that for everybody, but
No, you know what,
he did it
Jerry?
for me, and
These things need to be told, man. When this kind of thing happens, and I really appreciate it. By the way, DenverRegen.com. They are actually doing hair replenishment with stem cell therapy and weight loss compounded drugs, semaglutide and tirzepatide, at pennies on the dollar. And they do, of course, stem cell therapy. DenverRegen.com.
Very nice.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Stories.
We're still pretty backed up. If you're
You make Kelly so sad. Compass is not available, and she's pulling her hair out.
Why?
Getting on the east.
Well, I think she just wants to start over with that hair replacement thing.
In there now, trying to get things loaded up.
There's
But do
no
expect
one from
delays
Compass.
from Vasquez as you make your way down to I.
She is preoccupied, and so are you. I'll have you guys talk after the spots.
I-70 up to Vasquez. We're looking pretty good up and down I-25 right now. Looks like we got a new crash southbound Colorado at 17th backing us up. As we take a look at your weather for today, mostly sunny. It's going to be a hot one. High of 96 degrees. It's currently 87. With your Impact Traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of America's first trial of the century, the Salem witch trials. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
You know, Red Rocks Roof and Solar are the experts when it comes to sales, installation, service, tax credits, even grant writing. If you're looking to get a solar system paid for through a grant, if you want a commercial system, there are REAP grants that can pay for all of it. Really, there is a big incentive for solar, but you need the right company to help you through it. Red Rocks Roof and Solar is one of those companies, redrocksrs.com. They can handle it all for you. 303-704-2449. You know, I love Frank Duran, the real estate man. .com. And if you want a market analysis of your home to find out what it will sell for in this tumultuous market, he'll let you know based on comps, the neighborhood, your house, the condition of your house, the interest rates, whatever's going on. He's got his finger on the pulse of real estate and will do that as a complimentary service with no strings attached. Frank Duran, the real estate man.com, 303-920-1622.
Thank you.
And you know why I did that, right? Okay, fine.
Hey. Well, as she screams at some potential caller.
Okay, so Brian Burns got right back to me.
Yep. Just got back to her, too. How about
Okay,
that?
thought so.
He just got out of whatever they do. Whatever it is they do, he just got done doing it.
Mark's not answering me.
It's a bold career move. Let's see if it pays off.
Okay, what's your name, sir? John? J-O-H-N? All right, John. Go ahead and hang on for me, and Tom will be with you as soon as possible, okay?
Tom already knows that because he's so tapped in.
Can you tell him, please?
He just heard you.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, I did. Not responding to you does not mean we didn't hear you.
Why are you yelling at me?
So that you can hear me and possibly respond.
Hey, good. How are you? Okay, so we have some questions on an HOA. All right, hang on. I seriously cannot type today. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's like,
The whiskey deck? Still drunk from the bottle?
no, I didn't even drink last night.
No, how did Thursday go finishing that bottle?
I actually didn't finish the whole thing. I kept some for Friday. So,
Proud of you.
yeah.
Spread it out. So they're strongly looking at Shapiro from Pennsylvania for Harris.
Yeah, I know, but
Let's see how that goes for their far left.
it's not.
Although, as I've said all along, Palestine, Stein, that already sounds pretty Jewish to me.
Well, there's not only that, he's got all these like weird sex things that from his past, and
All right.
I don't
Well,
know.
I'm hoping to have weird sex things in my future, so
Well, that is you.
yeah.
Yeah.
Are you trying to cover up any odd sexual behaviors?
No, I'm trying to find them. Hey, where are they at? Now what?
I got to try to get Brian in here quickly, but we may have to call him back too.
It's going to be
And then I have to get.
It's going to be
'cause
tight.
What? I may have you call these people for plumb line, but maybe not. I'll just ask the question.
You're so gonna miss me this week.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Oh, I can miss you right now. Stand by.
Talk station 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. I want to go right to Brian Burns, Compass Insurance. By the way, home of the free insurance checkup, 303-996-9000, which, by the way, you need now more than ever. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Tom.
So listen, this woman's in a condo, and her water line to her water heater broke or sprung a leak and did some damage. And it's in an area she could not see. It's outside of her unit, but under her unit. But it's in an area considered common area. And there are several pipes to several units going back and forth. The particular pipe that sprung a leak was hers. Now, Brad O'Brien, the real estate attorney, suspects that according to bylaws, if it's your pipe, you're probably responsible for it. Not negligent, but you're responsible for it, you know? I mean, and her insurance is saying, Suzanne, they turned you down. What did they tell you, your insurance?
If I could just finish the summary, like, I don't think you really know the
Go ahead.
scope of the problem.
Go ahead.
They determined that I was not negligent, and I took care of my unit with diligence, and this is outside and in the common area, but they don't think they need to pay. They think the HOA needs to pay, so that was determined for that. But there's also this mitigation of, the restoration company that I called.
That's exactly where I was going, but I appreciate that, and I'm going to let you finish after that. That's exactly where I'm going. I'm trying to find you insurance coverage, and I believe your insurance should cover it, but I want to explore that and let you finish, and Brian will listen. So hang on. We have also plumlineservices.com in the house.
A job to do, but
So ask Brian if we can call him back.
All right.
Thanks. Hey, Bob,
He
do
was
you want
good
anything?
so far. He did good so far.
hey, Brian, do you mind holding? Okay, perfect. Hold on. He's fine with holding.
Holding.
Wait, where did you find that wine? You need to show me where your stash is.
You are familiar with information being power, right? Supply sergeants always do very well in conflict. During conflict. You know, one of the things that made me who I am was a very quick scene from a episode of MASH 1,000 years ago. Hawkeye and would that have been BJ or whoever?
I loved. I absolutely loved Trapper.
Yep. I don't remember if it was Trapper
Wade
or
Rogers.
Absolutely. Well, I can't remember which sidekick it was, but they were looking for a incubator because if they could have an incubator there at the base, they could culture. They could run cultures and figure out if somebody has an infection much quicker than sending it somewhere, right? They get to a supply sergeant who has 3 incubators, and they're like, "Oh my God, this is great! Oh, it's fantastic! Thank you." He goes, wait, not so quick. If I give you 1, then I'll only have 2. I think about that all the time. I may have 3 bottles of wine. If I give you 1, I'll only have 2. It has definitely made me who I am.
A point. I get it.
So partially being an only child and then that scene has turned me into this evil, selfish rat bastard.
I almost dropped dead Friday.
Oh.
Numbnuts actually bought me lunch.
Oh.
Yeah. It was bizarre. Like, that hasn't happened ever. I mean, I rely on him for pickles.
Right. He's happy to slip you the pickle.
Yeah. But no, he got me a salad and everything. He actually went to Panera, and then it became a subject on the show because
It was so out of character.
Nope, because it cost him $18.
Mm-hmm.
So he was like, "What the fuck?"
Well, when you're terminal, you got to be nice to people.
I mean, first of all, I didn't know Panera had increased to that amount. And this is after, you appreciate this, on Friday he went to Hero Buffet because he just wanted something cheap and he wanted crab.
That's not cheap.
So he just, left, went to Hero Buffet and
Damn it, I should do that.
But the funny part is that buffet, all you can eat, was cheaper than the Panera salad he bought me.
Mm-hmm.
So much for me craving salad. How weird is it that my cup and your bag actually match?
I think I can pull it off.
You could. Oh. Oh, and get this. So the son of a bitch buys me a salad and everything, but doesn't have Panera points. So he gives the friggin' manager my phone number, and she's like, "Oh, would you like a free brownie and $8 off?" So he used my points.
Perfect. Perfect.
I mean, whatever. But all I'm saying is, didn't have to use the points. He can afford the $18, unlike me right now.
Well, Iran's getting crazy, and the breaking news on the screen says Biden returns to the White House Situation Room for meetings. I bet there's a changing table in there.
Wait a minute. What? What does it say?
Biden returns to White House for Situation Room meeting.
I'm sorry, this audio absolutely sucks.
Visit premier-roofing.com to schedule
Terrible.
a free inspection. Premier Elevate.
Oh, this one.
No, the last one. The other one. Not good. By the way, did you switch out the microphones in there?
Didn't you ask me to?
I did. They sound better.
And it's a longer arm. Did you notice that? I put it in there, and it's a bigger arm because the
So
other
Mark
table.
can break it?
Well, no, so that Brown can lay on the floor, take a nap, and stuff. The mic in his mouth.
Well,
Dan could stand up. Taller.
that's true. Not that Brown is short. I mean, Brown's pretty tall.
He's all right. Here you go, big guy.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Remember, Water Pros for water softening, $3,400 a full house system. That's waterpros.net, 303-862-5554. Hey, and speaking of water or plumbing, speaking of heating and air, we have Plumbline Services with us. Bob, an age-old problem has come up, and I'm going to go right to the phones, but I trust you, and I know you get these calls. Now, I did a whole complete social post on cooling your house the proper way, and here's what I said. So I'm going to give these people the same advice. Your attic has to be well ventilated first. This has nothing to do with HVAC, but if you have an attic that's closed up, you're dead. You need to have that attic open. You need to have a soffit vents, ridge vents, or pipes around the house, vents they call them, or a solar fan that pulls air out of the attic. The attic, not the house. The attic has to be cooled.
Right.
Because if it gets overheated, it radiates into the home. Even in the winter, it helps. There was another reason it helps in the winter, but you have to have these convective currents. Have you ever run across something where, and I would think you guys would have to be experts in this. Excel Roofing happens to be experts in the roofing insulation ventilation business. And they're looking at this particular house. But I wanted to say to you, you guys should be experts in it because you could end up putting a whole new air conditioning system in. People get pissed at you because their upper floor is like steaming hot and it's not your system going bad.
Right.
Well, what do you do in that case? What do you do?
You just got to educate our customers on the limitations of the system based on the home. To your point,
exactly.
If the attic is not well ventilated, that's the big problem people are having right now. Their attics are super hot,
especially with this hot spell.
And it's radiating heat.
I can't tell you how many reactions I got to that post I made.
And then
on LinkedIn and YouTube about ventilating the right way, and they're pissed.
Lack of insulation, or old insulation
well,
that
then,
breaks down.
Do you guys though
effective.
inspect that and say, "Listen, we're putting in a new system, but you better take care of this"? Or better yet, why don't you just get into that? I'm serious. I mean, if you're going to be doing the air conditioning, why not say, "While we're here, let's also do this"?
Yeah, and I've
is it too much?
I've considered getting in the insulation business. I've considered getting in, attic fans and some other things, and we do attic fans. But
You do whole house fans. Do you do attic fans? Whole
house fans, yes.
Yeah, and now that's different.
Right.
But even a whole house fan won't work well if the attic isn't open.
Correct. And so, one thing I want to be careful of always is we don't want to be all things to all people. We want to be specialists and be very good at what we do.
And you are very good at what you do. So what you do is this. What about this? I'm recommending. Maybe you have a synergistic relationship with an XL Roofing or the people that can ventilate attics or whatever, or drop in attic fans and then and you actually do whole house fans though.
We do. And in those synergistic relationships, we have a few of them. Again, we got to be very, very careful when we refer people.
Because your reputation.
Because our reputation is on the line. And the fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter if it's plumbing, heating, cooling, or electrical, or roofing, or concrete, or anything else. There's a lot of really good contractors, but there's a lot of really bad contractors, which is why you do your show, right?
So somebody asks, what do you do about overheating on the third floor? They don't know what to do. They just don't. And they say third floor, they have a walkout basement. And were you going to recommend the same thing? First check the attic or what?
Possibly. It could be attic insulation. It could be that simple. It could be, it could be the system itself.
What would go wrong with an air conditioner?
One thing we always recommend, because a lot of people, they try to close up rooms, they close off vents. The best thing you can do is leave your doors open throughout the house, leave your vents open, keep your fan on all the time. Your air conditioning system, your furnace system has a fan operating that most people put in the auto mode, meaning it kicks on and off when the.
And you think it should just always circulate?
It should always circulate. It keeps that air moving. It keeps the temperatures more regulated throughout the house, and it'll cost you pennies a month. I mean, it doesn't cost you that much to do that.
Now, I want to go back to Compass Insurance and Suzanne in this issue here. So Suzanne was telling us that she had a broken pipe. It was her pipe, but it was in an area of a common area of a condo unit. And it's not just her pipe that runs through there, although hers, let's just say for argument's sake, was the one that broke. And she went to fix it and all that. And we're trying to get her paid through insurance. But Suzanne, I want you to completely finish your story so Brian Burns at Compass Insurance can get an idea. He's our insurance expert, by the way. He's not involved in this. But Suzanne, so you had the water line fixed. How much did that cost you?
$1,684.
Now that you would have to pay because it's your line, and that's a normal cost of repair. But what else now is going on? What else? What else is happening?
According to the bylaws, it's not my expense because it's outside of my unit.
You mean the pipe itself isn't even yours?
Right. Well, no, it might be. It might be coming from my unit, but the leak sprung down there. So anyway, that's already been determined by my company, and the mitigation part is
no, but I want to ask you this though. You say it's been determined. Is the HOA going to pay for your pipe repair?
I don't know. They're dragging their feet about answers to that, and the restoration company, which is trying to bill me over $8,000.
For whose restoration? Yours or for your neighbors?
The restoration happened in my neighbor's, in the crawl space.
No, I get it, but they had to get rid of the moisture because of all that. Suzanne, there's a few issues here. The number one issue is, which Compass Insurance can't help us with, but we can help you, is try to get your HOA. If your bylaws truly do say that those pipes outside of your house are not yours, then you need to fight your HOA. The problem is fighting an HOA is like fighting with your own money because they just keep assessing people to go through court. I mean, but your HOA or management company, whichever one you're dealing with, if they see that in the bylaws, then they should pay for the pipe. What do they say about that? When you say, well, the bylaws say this is yours.
They filed a claim with their insurance company. I've been in touch with everybody and writing them.
And what happened?
It's been 77 days or more since the billing is, it's now way overdue. And since I signed the work order, which I would never recommend, by the way, to do with anybody, until you know.
I know you're responsible for that, and you had to pay, or they're looking for you to pay. But if the HOA truly is responsible for that pipe, it seems to me that they should pay not only for the repair but for the mitigation, for the property damage. I want to ask Brian Burns. Brian, you guys have had to have come across something like this before. Have you ever?
Yep, absolutely. And my first advice is going to be, what do the bylaws say? Because not all the bylaws are same. Some of them will make you, responsible for things outside of your unit, but the vast majority is, like she's saying, once these pipes or anything else leaves the unit, then you're no longer responsible. It now becomes an HOA issue. So I would sure think the HOA is responsible for it, but like you said, trying to get that money is tough. As far as the damage to the neighbor, this is true with almost any loss. Even if it was something a bit more negligent, let's say your pipe leaks in your house and goes down to the unit below, that does not necessarily mean that you're going to have to pay for that. And the way that insurance works is that it's for liabilities, because in that case, your liability is what's paying for another unit. The only way that ever pays is if a claim comes against you. In other words, you get sued for some reason, and then your insurance has to protect you. Whether or not they end up having to pay is their responsibility at that point, because they're there to defend you. But
you're telling me her insurance, no matter what, if she refuses to pay and they come after her, her insurance would have to defend her?
Absolutely. It would have to defend her, but it doesn't have to pay them for the damage. They would have to prove that this is her responsibility.
I understand that. So what if they defend her, but in the end, the court finds that she is responsible? Would her insurance then have to pay?
Yep, that would be liability. That would have to be paid. There's not the same exclusions there is in her own unit for like seepage or slow water leaking. If they determine she is liable, none of those are factors anymore. It's now liability is what we're looking at.
So Suzanne, your home coverage, who's your carrier?
State Farm.
Yeah. Okay. They have to defend you.
There's more to the story, though, Tom. If I could just...
Suzanne, I have not once stopped you from telling the story, so go ahead. What are we missing? Don't recap. Tell us what we're missing.
Yeah. It's that the problem is the HOA definitely is, I believe, it's been determined, they should be responsible with their insurance company. They did file a claim. Nobody's corresponding back to me to say when it's going to be resolved, and I'm going to be, attacked by a collection agency, and my credit could get ruined very easily but they're looking out for me right now. But
who's looking out for you right now?
Not answering. The mitigation company is not. They're just trying to get the HOA to give them an answer about.
Got it. Now, but you said one of all of that you've said as far as you said it's been determined. They put a claim in with their insurance. If that was the rest of the story, we knew that. Then you said you're afraid of being collected on. You had told us that before. That's what we're addressing. That we are telling you that if they come after you for collection, that's exactly what we have just told you. If they come after you for collection, I can't help the credit part of it as far as ruining your credit, but you can defend yourself through your insurance if they come after you, and then that other company, then the HOA would have to determine you're at fault. But you said it was determined. You said that 3 times. So here's what I need to know. When you say it was determined that it's the HOA's responsibility, who determined it?
My insurance company.
Well, they don't get to determine. They don't get to determine whose responsibility that is. Okay. When you said it was determined, that was confusing.
You're right.
So is the HOA, Suzanne, I promise you I'm not just doing this just to interrupt you. I swear to God I know what I'm doing. I need to know this. Did the HOA agree it was their responsibility?
They're not saying. They're just not answering the question. I keep asking it.
Okay.
And they say that they're waiting for the insurance company is waiting for a report from their adjuster but I spoke with the adjuster, and he submitted that to them, he says, like a month ago, and they're just not answering.
And what did he say his
yes,
determination
we're gonna pay,
was?
or no, we're not gonna pay.
Did the adjuster say he agreed with you?
I don't know. He wouldn't tell me what was said, what he said in the report.
I want to tell you what's going to happen, okay? And here is what you need to know. The HOA's responsibility is not decided by your insurance or their insurance. It's determined by the bylaws and the interpretation of the bylaws, which may need a court ruling. Their insurance adjuster, if the insurance comes back and says the HOA is not responsible or we're not paying, it doesn't mean that they're not responsible. It means that is their opinion, just like your insurance is telling you, in their opinion, it's the HOA. The reason they do that is to avoid paying. So you're in the middle of this battle. And the point I'm making to you is you must be defended by your insurance, whether you are liable or not. That's good news. Your insurance must defend you. And unfortunately, you may have to go through a lawsuit. You may have to have the mitigation company file suit against you for your insurance to kick in their liability.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that might, but in the meantime, unfortunately, you may be reported as late payment. However, normally that should not happen if it wasn't determined. If that does happen, where they try to report it to your credit report, you can dispute it based on the fact that it's in litigation. But this is the unfortunate part of it. Brian, did I miss anything, or is that really it? The determination must be made by the court.
Agreed there. I say the only thing, and I know you made a comment to this, Suzanne, the worst part of this to me is it sounds like you're the one that signed the work order to have the mitigation done to your neighbor's unit. Is that right? You actually ordered that?
Yes.
So that puts a little kink in it because they haven't established anything yet she put the request in. Like her HOA could say, well, we wouldn't have done this. We would have done it this way. You know what I mean?
Right, I get it. Or how do we know it's the best price? Right.
Right. And your insurance isn't going to pay if you've made a bad decision. That's not liability. I'm saying if she's responsible, but I know you know this, Suzanne, I really wish you wouldn't have signed a work order for something that you didn't know who was going to pay for.
Me too. I was just trying to do the right thing, thinking that she was certain that it was all my fault, and actually she signed it as well. I made her sign it, but then
Wait a minute. You both signed it?
Yeah, but then she wrote on it not for payment on her part, so she was smart enough to say at least that. But yes, she signed it as well. I made her agree, to sign, and then I would sign too.
You may have to ask the mitigation company to do a lawsuit to declare who's responsible.
Okay.
I don't know if this sounds crazy, but you may, just to get it over with, you may say to them, look, and you tell your insurance that if you get sued, you expect them to... Now, Brian, can her insurance company actually refuse to defend her?
Well, here's the thing, Tom. We're talking about two different things here. She's not being sued by her neighbor. She's being sued because she signed a contract at that point that she was supposed to pay. So that's not going to be insurance.
You're right. You're absolutely right. She's going to be sued for contract breach. Yep. Oh, God.
She almost has to take the offensive and go after the HOA is what I would think.
She should, well, technically she could pay that and then sue the HOA. Maybe if it's $8,000, you sue for $7,500 in small claims court just to keep, they may try to go to a higher court, but even if they do, they technically, once you file in small claims court, have to keep relaxed rules of evidence. That might help you, or you hire an attorney, Suzanne. But I think Brian's right. It's not your neighbor suing you. It's going to be the company suing you for payment. And when they sue you for payment, it's not going to be for liability. It's going to be for contract breach. So you have to somehow defend yourself. So the best way might be to pay that and then take the HOA to small claims court for $7,500 based on your bylaws and hope that a judge sees it your way. I mean, now immediately the HOA is going to hire an attorney and they're going to try to kick it to a higher court, which is fine, but you still have to show with relaxed rules of evidence, they're called, because you filed first in small claims court. They can't just do a slap suit against you. They can't penalize you for that. You can show, if you can clearly show in your HOA bylaws they're responsible, maybe a judge will order them to pay you the $7,500. That might be the way to go. That might be the way to go, to do that, to really bring it to a head, because otherwise you're going to end up in trouble. Brian, I appreciate it. Again, home of the insurance checkup, 303-996-9000. By the way, did I do the 15 or not? Help me out.
Not yet.
I'm so sorry, Shannon. We have more coming right up.
Okay.
When it comes to business, every decision.
Hey, quick to these three. Quick.
.com and unlock new AI experiences with Carbon, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors.
There was not one new thing she told us.
No.
Okay, my turn. QC, Colorado.com, quiet, cool, whole house fan. You know, we talk about overheating homes, and QC is a company that does whole house fans. That's what they do exclusively. And they're remote mounted in the attic, they're remote controlled, and they keep the temperatures destratified in your home to even out temperatures, and they help you use less electricity for AC. It's that easy. I want you to check them out. It only takes an hour and a half to 2 hours to put them in, remote controlled, and then you get the savings. And that's QC, Colorado.com, 303-800-3419. Excel Roofing, we were talking about them too, about getting your attic ventilated and getting your roof redone. Listen, I have them looking at this house because I wanted to know about my attic ventilation. Now, they've checked every home I've lived in, but they haven't checked this one. So they checked the eaves and the soffits to make sure there are vents. They checked the ridge or the rest of the roof to make sure there are vents. They also have a solar system, a solar attic fan that works independent of your home's electrical that can drop in. They have a number of things they can do for you to keep your attic system right and your roofing, give it more life. Because when you do your roof, you want the whole system checked, and Excel Roofing does it. Here's something else Excel does. They don't hold you to a long-term contract. They don't make you sign at the door for them to examine your roof, and they give you full detailed contracts because they're honest, and they don't take a dime until they're all done. So they say, we don't take a cent until you're content. ExcelRoofing.com, 303-761-6400. Discount Bath, 2 words that don't normally go together, baths and discounts. But I'll tell you what, Discount Bath, they're so proud of what they do, they'll do it remotely. They'll give you a price. You can upload a video to them now on their new website, discountbath.com. Go and just fill out the basic information. They'll send you a link to upload video, and they'll take a look at your project and give you a price, whether it's a half bath for a hallway or a full big bath for your big master bedroom. 720-979-2322. discountbath.com, 720-979-2322. A company you can trust, and trust me when I say they can do beautiful bathrooms at discounts, hence the name discountbath.com.
Thank you. Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Did you want to talk to Tom and the gang? Jeez. You know what? Okay, so here's the first problem. I'm no help. I'm the idiot that runs the audio. Kelly, who produces the show, just ran into the bathroom. She'll be right back. Maybe she has a list that would include that. So just give us a minute. Hang on. Don't run off.
Good morning. Thanks so much for calling the Tom Martino Show. How can I help you? Okay, what's your name? Tony, T-O-N-I. And you're having an issue with dialysis? Possible scan?
Oh, here we go.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Jim has an issue with air conditioning. Jim, what's going on with you? Hi, Jim.
Hey, Tom. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir. What's going on?
I've got a 6,000 square foot house. It's a walkout ranch, so it's a one story with a walkout basement. And my air conditioner blows cold, but it can run 12 hours nonstop and not get me down below 76 degrees.
Jim, we're getting this complaint. We're getting this complaint this summer because of the extreme heat. Now, let me ask you something. Does it happen? Are you noticing it just with this extreme heat, or has it always been this way?
It's kind of always been this way. I've got a lot of windows, and I'm just wondering whether I've actually got a big enough air conditioner for the house.
What do you think?
You said you have about 6,000 square feet, and do you just have one air conditioner? Or do you have multiple systems?
Yeah, I just have one, but the basement is not, the basement always stays cool because it's, a walkout ranch. So I'm only trying to heat the upstairs floor.
Well, hold on. Sure. Wait. You said heat. You're meaning air now, right?
I'm sorry, air, yeah.
May I ask you a question, Bob? Do you have vents in the basement?
Yes.
When you say you're only trying to cool, go ahead.
No, I didn't. Or no, I take that back. I do not have the bedrooms, pool area are not vented in the basement area.
So your AC is only ducted to 2 floors?
To 1 floor, the upper floor. It's it's a ranch. So
you have a 6,000 square foot ranch on 1 floor, 6,000 feet, or is it 3,000?
3 and 3. 3 up, 3 down.
So really then you're only trying to cool 3,000 square feet.
Yes.
And is the downstairs cut off to the upstairs?
Heating-wise or accessibility?
Accessibility. Do you have doors that block it off?
No, I do not.
Okay, and do you have windows? Is it a walkout basement?
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to, like we were talking about earlier, there's so many factors involved here. The best thing to do is get an expert out there. But right now, what we're experiencing, most manufacturers, and it doesn't, we're a Carrier dealer. We can do Daikin, Train, we can do anything. But Carrier's our number one manufacturer. But it doesn't matter who the manufacturer is. They're gonna tell you that their systems are really only designed to get to about 20 degrees below ambient temperature. So
no matter what they are.
Right. So when you have these extreme temperatures, the systems are going to work overtime and do everything they can, but they may
especially
have
if your
limitations.
Home, and especially if your home is not built right.
Right. If the system's not sized right, designed right, if your home isn't insulated properly, if you got a lot of windows, all those factors that we were talking about, the attic, then your problem is only going to get worse.
And you said something else. You said that the basement always stays cool.
Yeah, a whole lot cooler than the upstairs.
Well, a lot of the air is spilling downstairs. The cool air will drop and warm air will rise, okay? And if your thermostat is in a place where it rises, you're always going to read a higher temperature. So have you ever considered a whole house fan? And I'm not saying that's the panacea, but it certainly does help. Have you ever considered one?
The wife's considered them, but we had one in our old house, and I just hated the noise.
Well, you're not going to get any noise with this one. I'll tell you, I have it on right now, and I'm on the air. I want to ask something, though, and that's why they call it Quiet Cool. Again, I'm not trying to push a product. It really does work. Now, I did notice something. I use it a lot, but when it's extremely hot out, even down here in the basement, it pulls in hot air and it defeats itself. So you have to watch when you use it. You can use it a lot of the time, even when it's apparently hot out. But when it's extremely hot out, it doesn't cool your house down. It brings the heat in. But it's still, most of the time, 80% of the time, fully usable, either on low speed during the day, high speed mornings and nights. And it will definitely destratify your air. But there's something even more primary, and I put this post on LinkedIn and on Instagram and on YouTube, and it's all about the attic. Did you hear us talking about attic ventilation?
I did, yes.
That is totally different than whole house ventilation. If your attic does not have an independent ventilation system with properly spaced and sized vents, and by the way, 85% of all roofs are underventilated, and it will puts extreme pressure on your system, extreme pressure.
All right.
So Excel Roofing can check out your roof ventilation or any, well, I don't know who else to call. I wish our AC people did it. And I'm not pointing fingers saying they're bad people. I just wish they did, because it defeats the very systems they're putting in if they don't do that, in my opinion. If somebody came and did a brand new AC system for you and did not at least check your attic ventilation, they're asking for trouble. There's something else, Bob Logan, that I think you mentioned one time called power venting. Does that ring a bell? Are there power vents that can move air better for some houses, or are you?
No, I mean a power vent.
Fans in a vent or something that would boost airflow?
Oh, you're talking about zoning systems with
not necessarily, although zoning can help.
You can put boosting fans in the ductwork, so you can do that. But really, again, if you have a well-designed system and a good air handler, which your furnace can act as an air handler during the summer as well, and it moves air properly. So again,
even when it's right, you're saying on extreme heat like this, Bob, we're just going to have some limitations.
There are going to be some limitations, and again, that's where I could do insulation, and I'm looking at doing insulation, but then windows are a factor.
Right.
Am I going to?
Yeah, right. I know. There's only so much. There's only so much you can do, right?
So
and roofing and all of
attics, everything. There's so much to take into consideration, but we're happy to go out and take a look at your system if that's something you want us to do.
For sure, I would check first the attic, then I would check the system, and I would consider a whole house fan. Those are the three things I would do. You're not the only one with this issue, Jim. Listen, I have a whole house fan, okay? And with this extreme heat, now I've never noticed it because I didn't have anyone here. My daughter's here now. And she said, Dad, it is unbearable. So I have a remote control where I can see the thermostat. And Bob, my AC, this is again, on the extreme hot days where I couldn't run even at night, it didn't cool down. So the whole house fan can't manufacture cool, right? So it was 78, and that damn air conditioner ran all day. And I was going to call you, and seriously, and you were coming here today and say, what should I do? And I know what you're going to say, Tom, there's not much you can do. So I have Excel checking my ventilation in the attic because I never really did check this house. And I was always bragging about how my whole house fan, blah, 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 blah. And it really does work. I'm not dissing it. But even on the hottest days, that can only bring in hot air.
It does. And the other thing it does, Tom, which works against your system, is it brings humidity into your air.
Well,
so,
it can,
so keep in mind, an air conditioning system, the way it's designed, is removing humidity
You're right,
from
you're
the
right.
house.
Yeah.
Every time you open your windows and use that system, it brings humidity in, and it's starting over. So for me, I keep all my doors and windows closed, buttoned up.
And you
keep the
would.
fan
You would.
on all
Most
the
of the
time.
day you would, especially on these days.
And on days like today,
Yeah.
I can maintain comfortable temperatures.
Yeah. So listen,
and
go ahead. Sorry.
And Bob, you're with Plumline? Is that correct, Bob?
Yes, sir.
And then, do you have people that would come out and look at my house and see if the air conditioner is big enough?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we
or
do
the-
what's called a heat load calculation. So we do a complete design to make sure that your system
they're
is
good, honest
designed
people.
and sized properly. And,
Yeah.
And if you want to give Kelly your number off air, or she can give you our information, call and say you were on the show, and I'll send somebody out there, no charge. We're pretty slammed right now because of the heat, but we'll get out there.
By the way, I'm running way behind. I got to take this break. I'm Tom Martino. More coming up.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen.
We got some pretty good jamming if you're coming in from Lakewood with eastbound 6 hitting stop-and-go speeds here, approaching Sheridan up to Federal. The problem is Federal is closed over the highway with police activity. You've got the exit ramp eastbound 6 to Federal backed up on the highway. That's what's slowing us down in there. And northbound Federal, we're also seeing some pretty good jamming as people approach that closure. So that whole area, a bit of a mess right now. As we take a look at your weather forecast for today, a sunny and hot one, high up near 96 degrees. We're getting there. It's 89 right now. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Hey DQ fans, the $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal will leave you and your wallet full. Grab a bacon cheeseburger and order of regular fries, a drink, and a sundae for a whole lot of happy. Only at participating DQ locations. Happy tastes good.
GenesisTotalExteriors.com for everything on the outside of your house. Roofing, gutters, soffits, fascia, siding, stucco, windows, doors, decks, painting. And by the way, speaking of siding, they have the new Align siding, which is like a composite siding. Oh my God. It's finally a siding that can withhold up against the Colorado winters and summers, and paint they're pre-colored, they're wonderful, and no maintenance. So check out GenesisTotalExteriors.com, a company I know and trust. You can too. 303-679-8509. And if you're looking for window coverings, by the way, of course, window coverings can help keep sun out. Window coverings can help protect your windows. If you're on a golf course, window cover, they have those exterior ones. Or you can get shutters or blinds or whatever you want. Shades, you can get high-tech, low-tech, in between tech. You get it all through Made in the Shade. They come and measure and suggest for the openings free of charge. They try to meet your budget. If you think it's a good deal, you buy it, then they deliver and install it. Made in the Shade, taking the trouble out of window covering. 720-458-6566.
Fabulous.
Yeah, it might be a good idea to tell everybody to change their filters, because that is the number one call we get.
I just realized that. I got to look at mine.
And especially this last month with the amount of pollen and smoke and everything.
How much time do I have?
Really, seconds.
Ah, you son of a bitch. Don't ever do that to me again.
Well, you have 3.5, and then you're coming back 3 minutes late for a break. I'd focus if I were.
All
but
right.
I'm not the big guy.
All right.
I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but in 3.5 minutes, you could make Bob a cup of coffee.
A white chocolate mocha cappuccino, please.
Way to go, Bob. And make a heart in the foam. Actually, it'd be kind of fun, Bob, if at work instead of a latte, what do they call them, barista, making stuff like hearts in the foam.
Do you remember were you with us at 14th and Lawrence?
Oh, is that what that was, where we parked at the DCPA?
Yeah, 14th and Lawrence.
Well,
were you at our high-rise building when we were downtown?
No, because I was with you at Canyon and Yosemite.
Yeah. Okay. Well, downtown, we had a barista in the lobby. Honest Tina, her name was.
Hey.
And it was the best coffee in the world. So you'd go to the lobby, and you had coffee right there. She had one of those big carts, serviced the entire area. And, man, every morning get it, and then you could run down in between or have somebody run down.
Sure.
So really cool.
Mm-hmm. I don't know that. Where the hell were we? On Arapahoe or something, I thought, between. Was it Lawrence? I was there for a few years, but I don't remember where exactly it was. Remember, I was drinking a bit, Tom.
Yeah, a bit.
Uh-huh.
Like Dean Martin, a bit.
Oh, my gosh. But I kind of tended to share back then. I used to roll in. Bob, I'd come into the studio with a cooler with all the fixings you'd need for mimosas or tequila
in the
sunrises.
morning. In the morning.
Oh, yeah. 3 a.m.
Wow. Can you imagine being an alcoholic?
It was kind of fun, but I did weigh 400 pounds. So that kind of messed me up.
Do you know, I don't know why, but I have never had that alcohol gene. I mean, I can have a drink and never have a drink again, or have a drink now and then I just never crave it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but I understand when people tell me that. I mean, you know, I don't doubt it. Like they say they would have one drink and they can't stop.
I only drank to make you people more interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, do you call it a weakness or a craving? What do you call it when you have that alcoholic thing going on? It's not all behavioral. It's not all behavioral.
Well, I was definitely self-medicating.
I understand that, but it's not, what I'm saying is some people have just a tendency toward it more than others.
I think it certainly starts behavioral, but then...
No, there's definitely a behavioral component, just like painkillers.
Well, hell, I was drunk on a Wednesday, sober on a Thursday, never looked back. Oh, here we come.
KHOW.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, so, Andrew, what's going on with your 2021 Mazda?
So, thank you for having me, by the way. My girlfriend and me, we bought a 2021 Mazda CX-30 from the dealership in Longmont. And shortly after we bought it, it had a low engine light come on, or low engine oil light come on.
Yeah.
So we took it to the dealership, and apparently there's it's not a recall, it's a TSB bulletin.
A technical service bulletin. May I ask you something? When did you buy it?
We bought it last year in, I want to say, May.
And you bought it as is, I suspect.
Well, it was a certified pre-owned, and it had the warranty.
Oh, okay.
They extended the
got
warranty.
it. Got
they
it.
extended the warranty because of this issue.
Okay.
Well, when we took it into them in October, it's a valve seal or issue. So the oil is blowing through into the exhaust and right out. So it's losing oil.
So the TSB was for a new valve cover gasket?
It's the valve seals.
Valve seals.
I'm not exactly sure.
No, that's way more involved. So would it cover it?
Well, so there was a class action lawsuit once we started to look into it, and apparently they're if that low engine light comes on or that low oil light comes on, they are required to repair it and replace the valve stems.
Not necessarily. Not, Jim. Not necessarily. Terms of class action suits are never that clear cut. There's usually a mileage limit, a number of owner limit. There's all kinds of limits. So I'm not disputing it, but I want to know, are you positive that the recall or the technical service bulletin would cover you in that particular car at that particular time?
Yes, and it did. We only had 14,000 miles
Excellent.
when we bought it.
Excellent.
So they fixed it in October.
Excellent.
And here now, a year later, we get that same light issue. The same light came on, and we took it to the Mazda dealership here off of Colfax. And they didn't have a loaner vehicle, so we weren't able to leave the vehicle.
So after the manufacturer fixed it, how long did it last?
Roughly like 7 months.
Okay, and then what happened? The same thing after 7 months?
Yeah, the light came on before her oil.
No, but was it the same thing? Was it the valve seals again?
Yes.
And so
yes.
Are they going to redo them for you?
Well, so they're giving us the runaround. So we took the car to Mazda McDonald and.
All right, hold on one sec. Hold on. It's my own fault. I got behind here, but I'm going to finish up with you. Don't go away. I'm Tom Martino.
Thanks, brother.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen.
A couple of big problems on our drive here, including a closure of eastbound 6th Avenue in between Sheridan and Federal. There's some sort of police activity on Federal over the highway. It's also closed Federal both directions up there. But they're exiting traffic eastbound 6th off at Sheridan. They're going to push you south to Alameda or north up to Colfax, get you around that closure. Meanwhile, we're jammed to Wadsworth. Plan around that big delay. You also have a rollover southbound 225 approaching Yosemite. Those right lanes blocked up. We are jammed all the way back to Parker Road. As we look at your weather for today, maybe a few clouds this afternoon, but sunny and hot. We're going to see a high of 96. Right now it's 90. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Hey DQ fans, the $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal will leave you and your wallet full. Grab a bacon cheeseburger and order of regular fries, a drink, and a sundae for a whole lot of happy. Only at participating DQ locations. Happy tastes good.
No attic insulation.
You know, if you are looking for solar, you want to be in with a good company that not only knows the solar system, but the tax credits, financing, and for commercial systems, you can even get grants to pay for it. Red Rocks Roof and Solar can help you with all of that. In fact, with Red Rocks, because all of the supplies and all of the materials are American-made, you get a 40% tax credit, not just a 30%. 303-704-2449. RedRocksRS.com, 303-704-2449. Okay, let's talk about Renew Home Innovations. If you want a beautiful bathroom, you want RenewHomeInnovations.com. Renew Home puts a beautiful shower in the place of that ugly shub. You know what a shub is? It's a tub shower combo. Those old ugly things you step over. They put in beautiful rectangle showers, second to none. They are stone walls with no maintenance, and you have beautiful glass panels and no thresholds to step over or stumble over. And also they can make them exclusive to your movements. Grab bars, seats, whatever you want, wherever you want. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000.
Kind, thank you. Mr. Martino, you have 4 minutes.
Oh, good. Finally. Oh, you mean now I have 4 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
4 minutes. And then when you come back, you'll have 30 seconds of airtime before the next break. Trying to keep you informed.
it stays cool most of the house except for the. I mean, this house has no problem staying cool. And that, like I said, the whole house fan has really worked up till this heat.
Just put some aluminum foil over your windows.
But when I had this heat, there was nothing woodworking. Only zero.
He's been a little off the clock today.
More so than usual off the clock?
But you have that.
12 minutes late to a break.
Wash it out.
Start yelling at
I don't. I use regular.
I figure he has a helicopter. He's better at this than I am. So I'm not going to bother him.
You know?
We have something similar to that.
He knows more than I do. That's all I'm saying.
Which is really good for people who have allergies, things like that.
What is it? If you don't use the filter, does it contaminate the bird? Isn't that the I'm not saying not. What does it contaminate?
Speaking of testicular things, did you see the Elon Musk suck on these nuts tweet? Oh my gosh.
I did.
God, I love that guy. He is my
And
president.
I saw your
But if I leave it running,
Here we go.
it got in the way.
And enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, let's continue talking. Anyway, Andrew, here's what I need to know, Andrew. Where does it stand right now? How can we help you?
So we took it to Mazda McDonald in Littleton because I didn't have any faith in the last dealership.
Yeah.
You know, they've already fixed it once. And when we got there, they told us that they wanted us to take and do an oil change on the vehicle and drive it 1,200 miles. Okay? So we've also been reading on the internet what they'll do is they will overfill the oil by a quart because they say if it, in 1,200 miles, if it goes down by less or more than a quart of oil, then they will repair the valve stems again.
All right, hold on. We're gonna look this up too and be right back to you and more calls coming up. Bronco.
Awesome.
God.
Tighter than an ultra boy.
Wonderful.
Courtesy of Ticketmaster. For more information, visit denverBroncos.com/trainingcamp.
Yeah.
A plumbing and HVAC company with great service and the lowest prices. Master Services has new air conditioning systems starting under $3,000. Master Services also saves people a minimum of
You don't want anything still. Nothing.
I'm good, thank you.
referral is for more than 20 years. So for great service and the guaranteed lowest pricing, call Master Services 720-434-3406. 720-434-3406 or online masterrouter.plumbing. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
Masturbate. What?
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver and iHeartRadio.
It's so loud.
I trust
It's a Monday?
it's just becoming like that.
Yeah, this is normal. What are you talking about? Remember as they were saying during COVID? No. The new normal. New normal. New normal.
Oh, I thought they said nude normal.
Oh.
Kind of prancing around.
That's why you don't wear underwear. So you can be nude
I,
faster.
I don't even want to know why you know that.
Neither do I, except you are the second person today to know that. Hurry up.
Okay.
It's a National Underwear Day. So when I presented that to Jen, he's like, does not apply to me. Okay. Right? Yeah. Did you catch all that? Right. Are we good?
I'm good.
Yeah.
No problem.
You wanted to know. Congratulations.
I'm really gonna look forward to having the next 4 days. Kind of off, but only here for 2 hours. But I have to work Thursday and Friday, like 4.
You still have to be here.
Uh-uh.
No, then if you don't work this show, you work the other show, which means you still have to come in.
I know, but I only have to come in for 2 hours. Which means technically I can be blitzed and come in here and just have to answer phones.
I'll pass that along to the higher up. Oh, wait, what higher ups? No, you don't report to anybody. You don't work here. You don't
And
work for us.
you aren't obligated to protect me.
True.
Oh my gosh. Don't even know where Mark is. Hopefully they'll be here tomorrow. I don't know. The situation is still up in the air. So is he done with this dude?
I wasn't even paying attention. I wasn't even here.
Hey, Tom?
You're funny, you picky here.
Oh, he's not yet.
See?
There you go. I have time. I have 2 minutes. I can pee in 2 minutes. Bladder is inside my feet.
Shrimp Creole, shrimp grits, shrimp.
Boots and pants, boots and pants, boots and pants.
Douche. 10 seconds here, Tom.
Fast, it appears more likely that Kamala Harris will be president before Election Day. Will that help or hurt her chance to defeat Donald Trump? Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show, brought to you by One Clear Choice Garage Doors. The people that really and truly do a great job on garage doors 24/7. If your door isn't closing right or opening right, get them out there. Now, if it's an emergency at night, they have 24/7 service. They also can help you with broken parts. They're one of the few companies that are truly approved for factory authorization on most doors. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. All of their prices on their website. 720-370-3987. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. All right, let's go to the phones. Let's talk to you. If you notice, if you're streaming, I have Bob with me, Bob Logan from Plumline Services. We were talking about plumbing, heating, cooling, electric drains, especially cooling. There are so many complaints. I'm getting more facts here. What do I do about this? What do I do about that? They're all asking about upper floors. There really are. I'm going to go to Tony, who has a question on this, and then we'll go back to this Mazda problem. And then also we have a question on Social Security. Whatever's on your mind today, folks, give us a call, 303-713-TALK. You can always call 303-MARTINO as well, 303-627-8466. So, Tony, what is your question about attic and heating and cooling?
Yeah, so I got a new roof put on. It's got a ridge vent that was put on it.
Good.
They've yet to put the soffit vents. They haven't put soffit vents on it. The old... before we put the roof on, there was no soffit vents originally.
Well, my God, with the ridge vent will do nothing without them, of course.
Yeah, so they're going to install the soffit vents. Now, my question was, would there be any harm with me putting fans in the soffit vents to help draw more of the outside air?
You don't do it that way, but there's nothing wrong with drawing more outside air. The way you do it is you put in the vents, and then you put in an attic fan. Not a whole house fan, an attic fan. An attic fan goes on the roof and sucks air out of the attic, and they're wonderful. I'm having one installed by Excel Roofing, and I'm having their solar fan put in that runs, so it's not wired into the home. They drop it in, they flash it and waterproof it, and then it sits there. That's it. And it's constantly... on and off. It's just all done by the sun.
All right then.
Yeah, and it's a great idea. Now, I would not put them in the soffits. That's not where to put them for the most efficiency. You put them at the uppermost hot part, and even though you have a ridge vent, you may or may not need it, but it'll never. Let's put it this way: it'll never hurt it.
I see.
All right, okay. Tony. I'm glad you're doing that. It's going to help a lot. Okay, so when we're going back to Andrew, a 2021 Mazda under extended warranty, they didn't do the job right. 7 months later, not extended warranty, I should say a technical service bulletin, and it was fixed under the manufacturer, but then 7 months later, same problem. So where do we stand now? It's at another dealer, and are they going to fix it? They should.
Well, so what they're doing is they told us to bring it back after they changed the oil in 1,200 miles, and they said that within tolerance, it has to lose at least a quart of oil for them to be able to do
Yeah, that's right. That's unfortunately, all manufacturers have that. It's a quart of oil every 1,000 miles. That's what they call excessive.
Right. But we've read on the internet that what the dealerships will do to try and get around that is they will add an extra quart to the motor. So before we left,
did they?
I checked the oil, and it was a quart. Yeah, absolutely, they did. And I even pulled them out there, and they came and looked at it, and they said, oh yeah, no, it is a quart over, and they took it back and drained it a quart of oil again.
Good.
But but I feel like they're trying to screw us.
Well, you don't know that until you get your oil consumption back. I mean, if it's now filled to the proper level, and if it burns less than a quart in 1,000 miles, whether you like it or not, that's the conditions you bought it under. That's the conditions in the owner's manual. If it burns, and by the way, that's not just for that recall or that service bulletin, that's for everyone. I once had a friend who had a bunch of oil burned in 4,000 miles, and they said that what they call excessive is 1 quart per 1,000 miles. Now, that is excessive, but that is what is in almost every owner's manual, that they won't do any engine repairs under warranty unless they get more than that consumption. Now, I know what you're saying. You're saying that they tried to get around it by adding oil. Well,
yeah,
you took it out, so now you'd monitor your oil. I mean, did they fix it or not, is the question. In other words,
no, they haven't.
Okay, so what are the symptoms right now?
Well, the car runs fine. It's not a matter of the running of the vehicle. It's just, the excessive oil that's being burned through the exhaust pipe of it.
Okay.
And it only has 38,000 miles on it right
I get it. But first of all, those Mazdas aren't good cars to begin with. So you bought it used. I'm not making excuses for them. I'm saying you bought it under certain conditions, man. And so it's used, and they fixed it once. You're saying they didn't fix it adequately. The new dealer said, wait and see. So wait and see. What can I tell you? The oil consumption, have you monitored it since then?
Well, so that's the thing, is we've always had the oil changes done at the dealership. And now, we've always just kind of taken it for their word.
But here's what you do. You don't, if you have your oil done, every 5,000 or 6,000 miles, when do you do your oil?
About every 5,000 miles.
Okay. You can monitor your usage. You can monitor the dipstick before you take it to the dealer. And if it's down more than a quart in 1,000 miles, make a record of it. That dealer has no reason to lie to you, because that dealer will be paid by the manufacturer.
Well, so they send us videos while the car was in the shop. They sent us videos, the service tech, and in the video he goes over everything that they do to the vehicle and everything as far as the fluid levels that they top off. And he claims and states in the video that prior to and after they did the oil change, that the oil level was in between the two lines, as per the manufacturer. But then when they gave it back to us, it was over a quart full.
But Tony, okay, so you still have to monitor it. Okay, you're going to have to. I don't know what you want. They're not going to rebuild your engine. They're not going to put in new valve seals. They just told you monitor it. So do it. Drive it 1,000 miles, and if it goes below a quart, then you know you got a problem.
Okay.
In other words, if it happened before, it'll happen again. I know what you feel like. I caught him in a lie. Okay? But I'm going to tell you something. They absolutely have no incentive to lie to you, because the manufacturer under the TSB will pay them for the work. They don't get a kudos from the manufacturer for screwing a customer. The manufacturer may not like paying for it, but the dealer likes getting paid for it. They don't care if you pay them or the manufacturer pays them. I think you're thinking that they're trying to plot against you. Now, whether or not they overfilled it on purpose or it was a mistake, I don't really know. But I know this. Now that you know that, monitor it and go to yet another dealer. But you monitor your own oil consumption to be absolutely sure you're getting the straight poop.
They put tamper-proof tape on it or paint to make sure that we didn't pull the dipstick or drain the oil ourselves.
Listen.
So
You're telling me that you're not allowed to check your oil.
Yeah, basically, they want us to bring it back to them at 1,200 miles.
Well, take it back at 1,200 miles and insist on being there when they pull the dipstick.
Okay.
I mean, why not?
I just, I guess my question was, I guess I don't have any proof of them doing this prior to this, but it just kind of seems to me that they're just trying to shuffle it under the rug and not really get to the real issue of the car. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying. You're saying you don't trust them. And I'm telling you, now you can monitor it. I look at, you might be right. Well, it's only going to be another 1,200 miles. Why is that so difficult for you?
I mean, I guess I just don't, like you said, I don't trust them.
But you're going to be monitoring it now along with them.
Right. But what I'm saying is, I guess I don't even know if they did the repair in the first place back in October. They could have just told me that.
Okay,
you know what
Andrew.
I mean? If they're just filling it over a quart of an oil.
Here's what I'm saying. Even if they didn't do the repair, if in 1,200 miles or 1,000 miles or whatever, if you're down like hardly any, you're fine. If you're down more than a quart, then you know you need more repairs. I can only say this. I'm not going to say it one more time. I agree with your distrust. Now monitor it for yourself. And even go to another Mazda dealer. I don't care. I mean, go wherever. And but monitor it for yourself. And see, at the end of, they said take it back in 1,200. And they said if it's down more than a quart, they're going to do it for you, right?
They say that, yes.
Then let's do it. You're in on it now. And how stupid would it be if they said, no, you're not allowed to look when we check the oil? Of course they will. If they say that to you, call me. I swear to God, we'll send someone down there with you. But don't assume that they're trying to screw you. They get paid from the manufacturer. Okay, after 5 times, can't say it anymore. 303-713-8255. Again, agree with them, monitor it. Now I said it 6 times. Shall I say it 7? Let me say it 7. Monitor it for 1,200 miles and be a witness to it. Then you know if they're lying to you or not. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. I'm Tom Martino.
The doctor's office that mixed up your files has your Social Security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info and last 3 addresses. Your info is in endless places that could accidentally expose your info to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
You know, we talked about the whole house fan, so let me go over that again. It will help even out the temperatures in your home. Now, obviously, you use it when you're supposed to. Early mornings, late evenings, or on cooler days, you can use it instead of air conditioning. It keeps your system running efficiently, and it helps you cut down on air conditioning. I have it in my home. It took an hour and a half to put in, and I save on air conditioning every single month. On extreme hot days, you're limited to how you can use anything, even your AC. But it will help no matter what. It's a whole house fan. And in fact, in some seasons, you don't use AC at all. In late summer, early summer, it really cuts down on how much you spend for air conditioning. QCcolorado.com, they can put it in as little as 2 hours, and then you enjoy it for life. That's QCcolorado.com, 303-800-3300. 3419. Hey, if you're looking to sell your home, everyone knows that the market's not what it used to be, but you can still get a pretty good dime if you keep your house in good shape and do all your maintenance, et cetera, et cetera. The truth is, a lot of people have deferred maintenance. A lot of people want to just sell, and they don't want to wait. They want a price and they want to walk. Well, you can get that with HomeVestors. Now, before you say, wait a minute, they'll never give me what I want, here's what I'm saying to you. Give them a call. You have nothing to lose whatsoever. Get a price for your home. I've been representing these people for years. HomeVestors.com. Get a price. You can always say no. All you have is a phone call, 800-44-BUYER, 800-44-BUYER. Hey, if you are 30 or you're 70 or 60, whatever age, retirement planning is never a bad idea. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies are people who help you get ready for retirement no matter what age you are. The earlier the better. You can build a nest egg, protect the nest egg, help it grow, and then turn it into income. Then they help you also with estate planning, and they help you with long-term care insurance and everything. They have the referrals you need. What they do is take a look at your entire life to help you prepare for a safe, secure retirement. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. That's rpcenter.com. The number 970-663-3211. That's Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. 970-663-3211. You can find them at rpcenter.com and ask them any question you want before engaging them. That's rpcenter.com.
Because I'm cute.
You knew you were going to the West Bank.
So way, clearly. I just said I was Italian and you know, I'm a good actor and just tried to pass for it and move on. It wasn't something I wanted to make a big deal out of.
Right, okay. So, you knew you were going to the West Bank. You knew you were talking to Palestinians.
Use artificial intelligence.
You would get answers that were pretty anti-Israel, anti-Semitic, anti-whatever. And I knew you would get answers like that when I'm watching a video and you say you're... But it sounded to me like
tell you, man.
maybe instancy of the answers you got.
Oh, and for social issues, I never use it. But even for other issues, there's a lot of errors. You know, at first I loved it. There were so many errors. Like on a lot of my finance stuff, they're not up with these laws or some of the recommendations. I looked up for see stuff or had questions. Just stupid things they talk about or they don't work. It's hard unless I can probably find, but like refrigerant phase outs, they had that all. Yes.
TikTok guys, Ross said.
I have all kinds of stuff I put in. A lot of my old conversations.
It's a heartbreaking thing, and it makes me.
Well, I let this one expire, Copilot. Because the thing I loved about it has you can talk to it back. None of the other ones do that. I love that convenience. I can listen while I'm driving or something. In the car, I can ask their worldview and the hate they spew, but it's really for the loss of life and that's happened in the war. And then to hear just none. And the other one is complexity. You know, Jews have never gone through any. They all want you to buy that subscription. Never violence. And I really denying the Holocaust then. So far, I can't tell. At a certain point, it just felt like so one-sided. You know. I bought ChatGPT. That exact same day I came back and the second I started this one to Israel, I went and asked Israelis the exact same question. And I was kind of curious, you know, and then maybe I'll hear similar things on the other side. I'm like, none of it. I don't see. It was day and night. It was like in Ramallah.
Fiduciary Advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Has a question about Social Security. Go ahead, B. What's happening? Hi.
Hi. I am curious. I was told to find out if my ex-spouse can get Social Security from me, and he is at retirement age, already collecting Social Security.
Mm-hmm.
But she said you may want to check and see if he can collect your Social Security.
Now,
and the reason being is because he would get more from me.
that's possible. Now, the way it works is this. Whoever's married to who doesn't matter, or whoever's married to whom. Here's the thing. Here are the conditions. The marriage must have lasted 10 years. And to get full benefit, they have to be of full retirement age, their retirement age, right? And then,
And he is.
and you must be unmarried, so you can't be remarried. Is he remarried?
No.
Okay. Therefore, if they're entitled to Social Security anyway, they've been married 10 years to you and then divorced, they're not remarried, they can apply for the spouse's retirement. Now, what they get is half of that spouse's full retirement, okay? Half of it. Now, if it turns out that your Social Security or the Social Security he's getting is less than your half, then the way it technically works, he still gets his, and then he gets a supplemental check for the difference between his up to your half. Does that make sense?
It does.
Now, if he makes more than your half, he gets nothing.
Okay. I got you. Should we still check into that, though?
That's up to him. I mean, that it's not going to be. You're very kind to worry about that. Let me ask you something. What is your benefit, your full benefit? How much is it? Now, by the way, when you figure your full benefit, you got to add back in the premium you're paying for Part A and Part B of Medicare.
It's like 23 or 25. I've got to look at it.
Let's say it's 25. Let's say it's 25. And then you subtract from that, you're subtracting from that your Part A and Part B of Medicare, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's...
Which is about 100.
Yeah. So the only point I'm trying to make is you don't net the Social Security payment. It's your gross Social Security payment before any deductions. You divide that in two. So if it's $2,500, half of that would be $1,250. So does he get $1,250 a month on his own?
Yeah, he gets more than that.
Then he's not going to be eligible. But make sure.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
What I want to find out.
And then so, because you want to help him if it's possible, right?
Right.
Okay, well, that's nice of you. That's the way you do it. So you would just fill it. In fact, there's a form that does it for you if you fill it out for spousal benefits. It'll ask all those questions. How old are you? What is her benefit or his benefit? What is your benefit? Blah, 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 blah. So B, thanks. And again, as I said, it's very kind. Okay, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I got a question for Bob Logan on, again, we're talking about heating and air. And somebody asked, when you keep the fan on all the time, does that use a lot of electricity? You're saying with an HVAC system, it's not a bad idea to keep air circulating, not just having it on auto. Does it use a lot of electric, or are they efficient? Hold on there. There you go, Bart.
Yeah, they're super efficient. You probably won't even notice a difference on your electrical bill.
Wow.
We're talking just a couple bucks a month.
Okay.
So, and the other benefit to that in equalizing the temperatures from the floors and the rooms is that it continually filters your air. So you'll get better indoor air quality. And so on that note, I just want to say one more thing. The number one call we get during this time is is clogged air filters.
Now, how do they know they're clogged or they don't? Then you discover it.
Yeah, we discover it, right. They call us because their air conditioner or the furnace in the winter is not working. We go out there and they got a clogged air filter. So make sure you're changing those, especially with the fires and the pollens that we've had lately. If you haven't changed it in 30 days, it's probably time to change it again. And so if you can, hold it up to a light and if it has any discoloration, you should be changing it. And
you like those wispy filters that let a lot of air through, right?
I do. I use kind of a medium grade, so you can get those high density filters for allergies, but especially during the summer. So a furnace or an air conditioner system needs airflow. It needs airflow to function properly. And more so during the summer, your air conditioning system, that's where a lot of people get their systems freezing up because they're not getting proper airflow. And so changing those out regularly, they're so inexpensive. An air filter is, $6, $8, $10, and I change mine every 30 days.
Okay, so that's Plumline Services. Our guest today, plumlineservices.com. 303-586-1086 is their number. Our number is 303 Martino 303-627-8466.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Well, great news is they got all that police activity wrapped up on Federal over 6th Avenue. We are reopened both on Federal and on 6th, where the highway was closed for a minute. We're seeing traffic now back to normal. If you're heading in or out of Lakewood, a much better looking drive there. You're free to use the highway. Where we're struggling right now, southbound 225, there's a rollover about halfway down along the spillway. Right lanes blocked up in there. It's pretty solid jamming down from Isla. As we take a look at your weather for the rest of today, sunny, hot, high of 96 degrees. We're looking at 90 right now. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Blindster is a family-run business that began in 2010, and we've sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters and received over 100,000 five-star reviews. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
So flying.
SimplyFloorsInc.com. That's INC. Simply Floors does all floor coverings. Buddy and Karen Mitchell, they do it in such a great way. They have 3 locations with showrooms you can go to. They also have, of course, online where you can schedule an appointment for people to come to your home with what you're interested in. Or you can just go to the showroom, then come to your house with them, and they'll bring whatever you're interested in. They have luxury vinyl planking. Oh, man, some of that is so cool. And then they have hardwoods, laminates, veneers. They have all kinds of, just wonderful floors, carpeting. So check them out, Simply Floors Inc. That's INC, SimplyFloorsInc.com. Yeah, flying just keeping me safe. I love it. My recommendation, just on the flying part first.
Hamilton!
Always. Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Referralist.com. It's not a phone deal. It is actually a website. Do you have access to the web?
Thanks for calling Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
Yeah, so it's referral list, all one word, .com. Okay, no problem. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Your insurance is totaling the car? Okay, gotcha. All right, so it's an issue with your insurance company. What's your name, sir? Mike. Perfect. Okay, Mike, hang on for me, and Tom will be with you as soon as possible, okay? All right, no problem. He's not going to like the answer.
Jeez, Kelly. I mean, come on. Be a professional. Ten seconds, Tom.
Have our word will treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Hey, Mike, how are you doing, Mike? How can we help you?
Hey, Tom. I over the years, I'm sure I've heard the story about what I should be doing, but we had hail damage to a car and took it in and got an estimate for $13,000. The insurance company said fine, and it's been in the shop for about a week. Apparently no work was done, but at any rate, today we got a call from the insurance company that they are totaling the car.
Well, I would say when you said 13 grand, I would say, wow, that seems appropriate because unless that car is a lot of money, what is the car worth?
Well, it's a 2012 Acura MDX.
And what is the value on that?
Well, they claim it's $10,000 trade-in.
Yeah, and okay, what they have to do, they not trade in. They have to give you what's called replacement value on an automobile policy. So you have to argue a little with them on that. I don't know what it is, but I don't know if they're high or low. They're always low in the beginning. But so they're saying it was worth that the repairs are more than the actual car. Why did they wait so long to tell you that?
Exactly. I don't know.
You have 13,000 in hail damage?
Yes.
Okay. So what
Pretty
is
much
it?
everywhere.
Let's look up this car. I mean, I don't know what it's worth. Did you look it up? Did you? You know, nowadays with the damn internet, you can look up anything, right? So did you look it up?
No, I figured I need to talk to Tom about this because I know there's ways around this, but I don't know.
Well, there's hold on. There's no way around actual value. Value is value is value. Is it just a straight MDX?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me look at what they're selling for. How many miles on it?
100.
100, and it's a 2012, right?
Yes.
Okay. Most likely, I'm trying to find out here. 2012. These people are. I think they're a little low, but let me make sure. Let me make sure. I want to see what they're. Okay. Yeah, they seem to be really low. No, there's different ones, depending on the mileage. Okay. See, a 2012, for example, I'm trying to find one with your miles on it. About 112,000, did you say, or what? 100 and something thousand, right? 110.
100,000.
100,000, okay. All right, well, I'm seeing here, that's probably pretty accurate. They're about 10 to 13,000, depending on for the. Do you know what engine you have? Is it the 3.7?
Yes.
Yeah, that's about right, bro. That's about right. About 10 grand.
Okay.
So they're right. They're not going to pay 13 to repair a $10,000 vehicle.
Right.
What they have to do is give you average retail along with sales tax.
Okay, retail as opposed to trade-in?
That's right. Replacement, not trade-in. That's right.
Okay.
Why are they quoting you trade-in? Well, what did they wait? What did they say was? What did they say was trade-in value? What was it again? They said it was worth.
Like $9,970.
Well, that's retail. So even though they're calling it trade-in, that's about retail. That's what I'm seeing here as average retail.
Okay.
I wouldn't. Here's what I'm thinking. You add sales tax to that, and it sucks. Now you can keep it, but you'll have to buy it back from them, unless you don't let. Is it really heavily damaged?
Well, no, it's got these little dings that you can't see unless you look at it in the sunlight.
So let me ask you this: are you willing to keep the car?
Yes and no. The wife has been wanting to trade it in for something new, and then you end up with a car that you're going to get repaired, and then you're not going to get it repaired. So we're kind of bouncing around like a
listen.
Ping pong ball
if
here.
you were going to trade it in anyway, then you're right in that. Then just take the money and trade and pay it. I mean, you're at no loss here.
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
I think they're being fair.
I appreciate it.
What's the name of your insurance company?
It's through AAA, and they write for a bunch of different companies. I'm not sure.
By the way, you can always call Petty Detail. Deputy Chopper told me that. They're on referralist.com. And so Petty Details on our referral list will give you they'll do a free service for you on evaluation of that car. And if you ever have to do a dispute, then you pay $300 to $500 or something, and they act as your expert. I don't think you're going to have to go that far. Just call them for their free service and see what they say it's worth. But I think you're right in the ballpark. What kind of car are you looking at?
Well, we have a Tesla. So.
Oh man, hold on. I was going to suggest you get a Tesla Model 3. They're a great deal right now, and they're a great dependable car.
Well, there you go. We have an X. So
do you like the X? Do you like the X?
Not me. No, she does though.
Man,
She likes
the Model 3 is a really good bargain right now.
Yeah, I like that car. We had one before. We had the X,
and also Kias are great cars too. Kias are really good cars, man. Kias. So, it's.
Now, are you talking about electric?
Well, they have a good electric and they have good cars, just gasoline cars. Are you looking to go to electric, though? If you are, then I would stick with Tesla. I would personally stick with Tesla. Although, Kia and Hyundai both make really nice electric cars, too.
I got to chip in. I love my new Hyundai.
Oh, I was thinking of you. Yeah. You have the Ioniq.
I have the Kona.
The Kona electric.
Which is very, very reasonably priced. And it's a great car to drive. I love it.
Okay. Well,
and by the way, before tax, the out-the-door price before tax and title was only $27,000.
I won't tell you what that X class is.
How much?
But,
how much?
Well, it was $95,000.
Oh, really? And isn't that the one with the weird doors?
Yep.
Well, that's what you're paying for sexy. Yep. That's a nice car.
That's for sure.
It's a nice one.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, at least you got what you were looking for, the price. I think they're treating you fairly. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up.
Thank you.
I don't know what the hell. Who's on the board today? Is Joe Biden? Did
now,
he take over?
Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blind.
Joe Biden. Oh, okay.
Great news is they got all that police activity wrapped up on Federal over 6th Avenue. We are reopened both on Federal and on 6th, where the highway was closed for a minute. We're seeing traffic now back to normal. If you're heading in or out of Lakewood, a much better looking drive there. You're free to use the highway. Where we're struggling right now is southbound 225. There's a rollover about halfway down along the spillway. Right lanes blocked up in there. It's pretty solid jamming down from Isla. As we take a look at your weather for the rest of today, sunny, hot, high of 96 degrees. We're looking at 90 right now. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Blindster is a family-run business that began in 2010, and we've sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters and received over 100,000 five-star reviews. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Hey, McKenzie Law Firm, Dan McKenzie, does wills and probate, and he does also trusts or creative ways to put assets in an LLC to keep them through death for your partners in the LLC, which could be your kids. He also can consult you about selling or passing on your business, whatever it is, estate related. Dan McKenzie's small enough to give you personalized attention, but he's been around long enough to know the ins and outs of estate law. Definitely call him. I think you'll love the way he does business as a small estate planning attorney with personalized service. 833-CO-PLANS, 833-CO-PLANS. The website's similar, coplans.co. Hey, Zero Res Denver. I love Zero Res. While we're talking about air quality in a home, air conditioning, heating, all that stuff, the carpets are your biggest air filter in your house. Everything goes on and through carpets. And when you get Zero Res, you're not only helping your carpets stay clean longer and get clean better, but you're also helping your indoor air quality as well, because Zero Res has no chemicals or emulsifiers. It's a wonderful system. Let's just put it that way. The only one I'll have in my home, and that's real deal. They take out all the crap from previous cleanings, all the allergens, all the pathogens, and get them so clean you can feel them, you can see them, and you can smell them. And it's safe for kids, safe for pets, safe for you. Zero Res Denver, they do all solid surfaces in your home too. They also do, by the way, mattresses and upholstery. It's a clean. Zero Resified. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150. O'Brien Legal Services, they are real estate attorneys, olslaw.com. I had O'Brien on today, in fact, Brad O'Brien, to answer a question about condos and bylaws. Whatever it is to do with real estate, whether it's a commercial lease or maybe you're buying and you have an owner financing proposal, or you're buying with a partner, maybe you're doing a fix and flip, or you just want someone to review closing docs. olslaw.com, 720-370-7388, O'Brien Legal Services. Oh, give me a break. How can a 30... Well, what are you kidding me? That's the craziest shit. This guy's asking about a 1994 Geo Metro. I was going to tell him to drive it into a ravine, but apparently they're worth more than I thought. A Geo Metro. Do you remember those little pieces of shit? Hey, Bob, are there any shower heads that filter water? I see some on Amazon. I don't know if they're pieces of crap. Are they supposed to soften? That's what it says. It says here. My daughter was asking for something. It says here. Shower head. Hold on. Filtration beads. Removes impurities and chlorine and helps greatly soften hard water. That's just because it filters out.
10 seconds, guys.
Back anytime with our free iHeartRadio app while streaming KHOW and the full screen player. Just click the microphone to record your message. Talk back to Denver's talk station now.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Randy wants to talk about selling a car. Randy, am I reading this correctly, bro? You have a 1994 Geo Metro?
Yeah.
How many miles on it?
It's an old car, but it's a goodie. 109, but at 80,000 miles, we did a full service on the engine, did everything it needed, timing belt, gaskets, took the head off, checked the valves, everything.
I was going to make a joke and tell you to drive it off a cliff, but it really is worth more than I thought. What do you think it's worth?
I only want to sell it for $1,200.
Oh my God! Let me say this: who's ever listening, that is such a screaming deal. I can't believe it. How is the body?
The car will need. The body, the hood is dented in a little bit, but all the lights work. The driver door needs an exterior door handle, and within the next year, it's going to need a radiator and an electric fan.
Now, why do you say within a year?
Because the fins in between the cores are starting to come out.
Where can we get parts for this thing? I'm thinking about my Venezuelan friends, and again,
Amazon.
I know there's a lot of going on about helping immigrants, but I'm talking about helping immigrants who help themselves. So,
It has brand new tires on it. The car is really in good condition for the age. You know, the hood's dented in, but the rest of the body's good. It has really dark tinted windows because it does not have AC. But Summit Racing sells a universal air conditioning unit that you can put in any car with an electric pump for $440. And I was going to put it in it because I was going to drive it.
Wait a
But
minute.
then I found,
How does that work when you put it in any car? You mean you hook it to the existing heating and air system, or does it sit free in the car, or what?
It sits free in the car.
Really?
And it's a heater and an air conditioner. It mounts underneath the dash. You put the hoses through the
engine
firewall.
Yeah.
Put the pump in there and hook it up to the
battery.
Battery, and the battery runs the compressor. You charge it up with Freon.
Come on, man! What a great idea! And you know, I love Summit Racing. How did you find out about them?
Like I said, I was going to drive it, and I'm 6'1", 265 pounds, and I can't stand over 80 degrees. I sweat my butt off.
How long have you
I
had
need a
this
car
car?
with air conditioning. I've had it about 2 months now. Like I said, I just got it for me, and I know the owner that owned it for the last 4 years, so the car's in really good shape.
Leave your name and number, bro.
29,000 miles.
No matter what, $1,200, hell, even if you put 1,000 into it, it's you know. I'm going to tell you coming up.
The heater, the new radiator and fan is $78 on Amazon. And
I'm going to tell you, man.
radiator.
I'm going to tell you what they sell for coming up. I'm Tom Martino. Get your calls in 303-713-8255.
Regen Revolution.
Hey, Randy, what's your last name?
Leave his contact info in case we need him.
What's your last name?
Well, I better.
Yes, I can hear you. And what is the best contact number? And that's 720-487-5751. Okay, perfect. Hang on for me.
Everything's regular expense.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
How are they getting
Okay, sure. What's your name?
Unemployment? Why? Because there are no jobs or what?
Well, you absolutely talk to Tom about that, but I will go ahead and take your phone number. What is your phone number, Julia? All right, hang on for me.
Let me see. I hear my daughter walking around. Go give her help. Honey? here, I use this. Here's me. So I use this for all my Venezuelan buddies. We'll spend an entire day together, use this back and forth. I mean, I'm learning a little, but very little. I was going to learn more. Because, although I think it would be good. Oh, they have them now, earbud. You can talk. They literally have them. That if the person talks relatively normal, it'll interpret within a second. I was going to buy one, and I'm wondering if I still should. Now, the problem is speaking. It won't get, you understand, but you can't. It doesn't speak for you. It tells you what to say if you want, but so you still have to use this to speak to them. Well, I don't know, actually. If you can hand them one of your earbuds, I mean, I actually don't know that. I do know. That's a good question. I got to look. They're not that expensive. I wonder, you're right about that, because otherwise it's a pain. Oh, I put my glasses. Shit. Yeah. I thought I was going to buy one, so I ought to look at it, but this Geo Metro's worth $7,000. It says for a 94. Wait. No, that was brand new MSRP. Forget it. Damn it. Okay, I'm
10
sorry.
seconds here, guys.
I'm so sorry.
Word lucky to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest.
That's MSRP.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Want to buy a 94 piece of crap? Me, a Geo Metro. I'm just kidding. Some guy called looking to sell a car, Randy. And I said, Randy, you're not going to believe what these are worth. I misread it. It was the MSRP I was reading, $7,400. That when they sold brand new in 1994. He's got a 94 Metro, and I don't mean it's a piece of junk. It's not. He says it runs okay, and he's done the timing and all that stuff, and it doesn't have air. The front hood is dented, and he wants about $1,200 for it. What I'm seeing online is that's high, and then in bad condition they're about $200 to $500. So anyway, you got to make up your own mind. Nowadays, to get any car that runs for $1,200. And Randy, you still there? He's looking to sell it. Are you still there, Randy?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right. So you bought it. Did you buy it for yourself, and then did you buy it for yourself and decide you didn't want it, or what?
So this is what happened. I had a 99 Dodge Ram. It was a clean truck, and the throttle got stuck wide open and sheared the brakes. Long story, truck almost killed me, so I needed a car. A friend of mine had this car. He had it for 4 years, did all that work to it, put brand new tires on it, tinted the windows, redid the engine. He redid the whole top end of the engine except for the block because the rings were okay. It had 80,000 miles whenever he bought it. So in the last 4 years, it's had 29,000 miles put on it.
Are you sure that's original miles? Because everyone I'm seeing here has like 200,000 miles, man.
I guarantee it's original.
All right. Anyway.
Because my friend gave it to me after that happened to my truck and told me, give me $1,200 for it. And not having a car and needing a car, I was like, okay.
Well, here are some. I'm finding some.
It runs great.
I'm finding some for sale with no body damage whatsoever. and in relatively good condition, a little more miles, 150,000 miles for about $1,400. Look, I'm not here to. Who cares? 1,200, 1,400, 1,000. I mean, all I'm saying is I don't know if it's a fair price or not. All I'm saying is that any car running is worth something. This one does have air in it though for $1,400. No, it doesn't. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
The ones that come with air, they have like. They have like 36 horsepower. It's a 3-cylinder engine.
Yeah,
so
this
if you
doesn't
have air
have it.
hooked up to the motor, you're going to get like 20 miles to the gallon, and you're not going to be able to get out of your own way.
Yeah. I remember
I
these
found a car that had air conditioning. I was going to take everything off of it and put it in this car because it was cheaper than $440.
I have a funny story about Geo Metros when they were brand new.
It's a 3-cylinder engine.
I have a funny story about Geo Metros when they were brand new. My mom was an older woman, well, really old. I mean, she had me at 43, so she was getting older, and she wanted another car, and I wanted to buy her a brand new car, so I bought her a brand new Metro, and I had it, and I took it to her, and she refused it. She said,
"Well, this is my second one."
Anyway, it was a funny story. So I had to get her Lumina at the time. Do you remember those? That was a nicer car. Listen. So if we hear from anyone who wants to buy that for $1,200, what the hell, right? We'll let you know.
See, I can knock the dent out of the hood so it looks better, and I'll order the outside door handle for the driver's side. So
yeah, whatever. I mean, if we hear somebody who wants it, we can talk about it. But I appreciate you calling. Again, I've been helping some immigrant families who have jobs get cars and helping them to get on their feet. And I'm going to think about this one for that. Again, they're utilizing these cars to get to work, so it's something. But if anybody else wants it, give us a call. We're not exactly a trade radio show, but it's fun every once in a while when people have something unusual. They call me and say, "Hey, do you know where I can get rid of this?" So that's it. Thank you for calling. 303-713-8255. A 94, so that's 94, 2004, 14. It's 30 years old, bro. 30-year-old car. Wow. 30-year-old car. But, man, you can get an 84. You can get 40, let's see, 50, 74, 50-year-old car, right? Yeah. If you got my car that I got out of high school, I would be more than 50 years old. What was your first car, Bob Logan, with Plumb Line Services? What was your first car?
My first car was a Monte Carlo that half the trunk was ripped. It was my sister's car, and she got rear-ended by a dump truck. So I got to buy it for salvage.
I inherited my mom's Pontiac Catalina, and it was a piece of crap. It was gold. Pontiac Catalina was my very first car ever.
Hey, Tom, mine too. I had a 1956 Pontiac convertible. Shows you how old I am.
Did you buy it? Was it new or what? What was it?
Oh, no, it was used, but it cost me like $100 in those days.
So I forget what year that was. It was when she was done with it. Pontiac Catalina.
Right.
She had from new, but it was really old by the time I got it. And didn't last that much longer, but yeah, Pontiac Catalina. I'll never forget that. But I've owned such crazy cars in my time. One of the most crazy cars I've ever owned was a Saab. 3-cylinder, I think it was. It was a weird, like either 2 or 3-cylinder.
Those are good-looking cars.
The Saab, the old Saab.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I ever got ripped off. Not buying it, but selling it. I got ripped
Sounds
off.
to me like a sob story, Tom.
Oh, fine.
Good one, Don.
Well, I got to admit that one. That's the first time he's ever come up with a good one. Wait a minute. Here's what happened. I thought the transmission was failing on this Saab. And it was slipping and all that. So I found a guy that wanted to buy it. And he was a mechanic. I thought, he doesn't notice this transmission, I mean, I didn't hide it. I just didn't tell him. I thought it's slipping. And at the time, it was in pretty good shape. It really was. I bought it for all right, and it's a cute little car. And then he bought it for $600, and he said, and then as soon as he paid me, and he got the bill of sale, he said, "Oh, and under here is a lever." He went under the dash, and it disengages the transmission. They used to do that when they were coasting the hills, I guess where it was from. So he said, and it was half in and half out. He says, "I bet you thought I was buying a bad transmission," and he drove away. The car was in perfect condition.
So you said he screwed you, but you were trying to screw him.
I wasn't trying to screw him. I just wasn't volunteering everything. And he knew exactly what was up with that. I also had a Honda 600 sedan, or 600. It was the first time they imported these Hondas. I'm not talking about like Hondas you know and love. I'm talking about Hondas with a motorcycle engine.
Right.
And they called it a 600 because it was a Honda 600cc engine. And
wow.
I'll never forget this. I bought it brand new for $1,895 when I was in college. I bought it to have it was my first new car ever, and it was a tiny little car. It fit 4 people, 2 in the front, 2 in the back. And I drove from college in Miami to New York. I went for spring break. I went the opposite. I went back home to visit, and I drove. I swear to God, from that back then. In college, I drove from Miami to New York, and I spent $10 in gas. Can you imagine that?
That's
$10 in. So I forget what I was paying per gallon. It got 50 to 60 miles a gallon, and it got It got like 50 miles a gallon, and I think what was a gallon of gas? 75 cents, maybe. I don't know. But whatever it was, I would have to do the math. But I remember about $10 in gas. Did not include tolls. I might have spent more in tolls than I did in gas. But that would be good for Car Day to talk about your first car or some of the more unusual cars you've ever owned. And
I had a great
Datsun
210 station wagon.
Datsun
210 station wagon.
That is the precursor to the Nissan, right? The Datsun.
Yes, it was two-tone, blue and rust, and I bought it for $700 when I had 2 kids. So it did me well for a couple years.
Stephanie years ago now this is before I knew her. She had it at home in Arizona. She had, you remember those Pacers?
Yes.
They looked ugly as hell. They looked like little bubbles. She had a Pacer with a Southwest design. You remember the Southwest, like whatever they are, the Southwest seats? And it was orange.
Oh, that's horrible.
Orange. I think she said it was like a Pacer. Yeah, that has to be the most ugly car ever made. What else? Now, I've had some pretty cool cars, but my craziest cars, that would be pretty crazy. The Saab was about the most crazy.
I had an MG, Tom.
Oh, no, I had an MG. Well, I borrowed an MG, let's say.
When I was a kid. And I had my license suspended for 30 days, and I didn't want to tell my future in-laws, so I told them that the car broke down, and they had to send to England for the parts.
Jeez. My sister had a little MG that I borrowed, and
they were fun, weren't they?
Well, the ones this one was like the ones that looked like those little old-fashioned cars. They were the cutest cars in the world. The MGs were the coolest little cars. And once they boxed up and got that stupid, ugly look, but those rounded fenders in the way,
they were great.
Or those grills that looked like the tiny Bentleys, that was when the MG was so cool. And she had one of those, and that was the coolest car I've ever saw in my life. But I have never met an MG that ran. That was the problem. Never. I never could see one that would run well. Everyone was always stranded with them. Anyway, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show, 303-713-8255.
There's an old TV show.
I'm Dr. Julie with Sound Relief Hearing Center. Are you trying to keep something a secret? Most people struggling to hear clearly don't want anyone to know. If you can relate, you need to work with an expert that can deliver the perfect fit. My team at Sound Relief specializes in discreet, custom devices with exceptional sound quality. Come in and see us to find out which invisible options are best for you. Schedule an appointment at one of our Front Range locations. Go to soundrelief.com. That's soundrelief.com.
You know, home construction is really a sketchy business, and you got to watch who you hire. That's why I love aligning myself with good people like Genesis Total Exteriors.com. Man, Genesis is such a good company. And they have this new Align siding right now. Now, they do a lot of siding, whatever you want. They even do stucco, beautiful stucco work. They can convert you from siding to stucco. And that's a small upcharge if you have an insurance claim and you want to get rid of that vinyl siding. But they also have Align siding, and that's no upcharge. If you want to get some of the best siding in the business right now, look at Align siding. It's a composite siding, a plastic composite, no painting needed, practically indestructible, Align siding. Anyway, GenesisTotalExteriors.com for all of your storm damage or anything you want replaced or done on the outside of your house. 303-679-8509. And Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, is someone you ought to call if you're looking to buy or sell real estate. He has teams that do both. He's with RE/MAX Alliance, and Frank has been really providing people with excellent service for 30 years. He has proven statistics and a track record to show that he sells houses for more money and faster than the market. Why don't you call him and find out what he can do for you with a free evaluation of your home? 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. You know, I hope you're never injured in an auto accident, but if you are, I know what you're thinking. Everyone does. If I am injured and it's someone else's fault and my life's turned upside down, do I collect, and how much do I collect? The answer is yes. Now, obviously, it's not going to substitute for the pain and suffering, but it is our system of justice. And if you want to know what your case is worth, John Fuller will happily talk to you about your case, about ways to collect, and about what you should do next. John Fuller, Fuller Law. He gives you personalized attention because he has pledged only to take the number of cases that he works personally. John Fuller, 303-597-4500. myaccidentlawyer.co. Again, you get his cell phone number when you're his client, and you can call and text at any time. No other attorney does that. 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Randy, go ahead, Randy. What's going on? Randy, go ahead, sir. Okay. I can't.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I can't.
Randy,
I heard you talking about cars, and I just wanted to tell you what. I wanted to tell you what I got after that Geo Metro.
What did you get?
I got an 86 Camaro with 79,000 miles, one owner, in immaculate condition.
God, where did you find an 86 Camaro with that many miles on it?
Just lucky, I guess. Like, I don't know. I opened up an app, and it was the second car on there.
How much was it?
I messaged the guy. What do you think it's worth?
God, I'm trying to think. I'm looking it up as we're talking.
It has air conditioning. It's the V6, unfortunately.
Oh, well, that cuts the value.
Almost new tires. It does cut the value.
I don't know. What is it worth?
Interior, I've been told $8,000 to $10,000.
Oh, easily. Yeah. Now
I paid $1,500 and traded a power washer.
Are you always looking for weird deals? Is that your thing?
So I like one owner cars. All my cars for the last 7-8 years have been one owners, and they last me really, really well. I had a 2002 GMC Sierra with 400,000 miles on it. I drove it 80 miles every day, never overheated, never left me stranded. That was the best vehicle I've ever owned, and a drunk driver rear-ended me in it.
Oh, crap.
And I lost that truck.
You know, Randy, you know what I like? I like when I hear the stories about someone who finds some kind of find in a garage or in a barn or a disgruntled, this urban legend about this disgruntled woman whose husband, she's getting divorced and she sells his Ferrari or something. I don't think any of that's ever true, but I love hearing about deals. That Camaro was a deal. How many miles were on it, did you say?
79,967.
See that specificity? That guy's really telling the truth.
And in 2005, it had 76,000 mile tune-up and oil change with the sticker put on underneath the hood at 76,000 miles.
Gosh.
We got it from the original owner. She died. Her son sold it.
Well, thanks for calling, man. I appreciate it. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Bob, this text is for you. Is there any secret trick to getting high pressure in low pressure shower head? Can you do something to get pressure there? Like, do they make shower heads that increase pressure? It doesn't increase pressure, does it? It probably restricts flow and makes an appearance of pressure.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do.
Or they aerate it or something.
But yeah, you can go and get different shower heads. It'll help out with that.
What about increasing, he said, like, can you do like pressure a circuit? He's not saying circuit. He says get high pressure to there without the whole house. Is there?
Not that I'm aware of.
They don't make pressure tanks for parts of the house, do they?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Can you increase pressure in your home?
You can.
Is it not wise? Is it not allowed? What do you do?
Again, all new construction has a pressure regulating valve. All old homes that didn't have one should have one now.
Now, when you have one, if you don't have one, what's the city feed you?
Well,
systems feed you.
It's going to fluctuate, and typically, I don't really know. You're maybe 120, 130, maybe 150 during the summer because you're going to increase the pressure. With
but you're saying we should have them on our homes.
We should have them on our homes, and if they exceed 75 psi, then the pressure regulating valve isn't working, and so you can you can reduce the pressure or raise the pressure, but if it gets above that, then the pressure regulating valve has failed. And a lot of people like high pressure. I mean, I like it in a shower, for example. Everybody likes high pressure, but that's what damages your system. It's like having high blood pressure. Your body can sustain it for a little while, but then things are going to start failing.
Okay.
So.
And then we have a question: does auto insurance cover private-owned vehicles working for DoorDash or Amazon deliveries? The answer is yes if you tell them about it, but you have to pay for it. But normally these places have insurance that will cover you when you're on the clock or on the app. So you have your own, and then this one kicks in when you're on the app. So ask about those. And then somebody asked about a shub. Are installed all the time. Families with small children need them. He said tub showers are installed still all the time. See, I talk against them. I think they're the ugliest things in the world. The kind you step over, the regular showers, the curtain, or those ugly diffused doors. But they're saying people with kids, they want a place to bathe or hot soak in the winter. Yeah, except I think truly, he says, I use my tub to store water when Arvada shut off the water for a day for repairs. A lot of us use water in a tub or use tubs. Here's the thing I believe. I believe they're useless, these tub showers. I say get a shower and get a tub. I mean, in a newer home, that's what they're mostly doing. The combinations are ugly.
Oh, if you have the room, right? But if
I know.
Bathrooms,
obviously, smaller homes need it. Here's Tom. I call BS on manufacturers don't pay the same amount of money for warranty repair. Oh, okay. I said don't distrust the dealer if you need warranty work to talk you out of it because they get paid anyway. And this guy says I call BS. I know manufacturers don't pay the same for warranty repairs as a customer would. But you see, this wasn't the case. They're not trying to get the customer to pay for it. What they were trying to say is you don't need the work. So I don't think they were trying to screw this guy because they weren't trying to get him to pay for it. The manufacturer would have paid for it on recall, but they said he didn't need it. And I said the only reason they would say that because they believe it, because they would get paid from the manufacturer. I wasn't saying that, or maybe I did say an error that the manufacturer pays them for the repair the same amount as a consumer. Well, I don't think they do. If I said that, I was wrong. I wasn't insinuating that. What I'm insinuating is whether the dealer does it or not, they will get paid by the manufacturer for warranty work. I have a question for Plumline, for Bob. My Parker home has a raised floor basement. The floor is 3/4 inch plywood and about 2 feet of dirt underneath. And there are pipes 4-inch diameter that come through the basement from outside. One just terminates a foot above the basement floor. I think those are drains, right? Okay, it terminates above the basement floor, that's for a rough-in a toilet, I think. He said 4 inches, aren't?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. But he says
exactly
two go to the plywood floor into a 2-foot dirt area. Number 3 goes into a floor as well as put a 4-inch fan that pulls air out from a dirt. I don't know what he's saying. Can I have a 4-inch inline for incoming floor pipe? I don't know what he's saying. I got to examine this. But I think some of the pipes in that floor are drains going underneath the basement floor. And
and he might also be talking about a radon. I agree with you. One of them's probably for a rough end, and the other one could be, if it's got a fan,
radon.
Could be for radon, yes.
That go through pipes to vent it out?
To vent it out,
So you're right, it would. Let me look at that. I'll digest that during the break. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW, Denver.
It's a really
now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Some major delays south of the Denver Metro. I-25 northbound closed due to an accident between Lincoln Avenue and C-470. We're seeing stop traffic back from Ridgegate Parkway, about 30 minutes of delays. North into the metro area, but still on the south end of town. Santa Fe northbound long-term road work with lane closures between Blakeland Drive and C-470. Further north, but still on the south end, I-225 southbound, a crash off on the right shoulder approaching South Yosemite Street. Slow traffic back from Islip, about a 9-minute delay. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. It's another hot one out there today, folks. High 96 degrees, overnight low 65. The current temperature in Denver is 90 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. I started Blindster in 2010 in my garage after I overpaid for new blinds. I researched the industry, hired my mom, and 14 years later, we're one of the largest retailers of custom blinds in the U.S. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com.
SheridanAutotech.com. If you want honesty, integrity, knowledge, experience, longevity, value, heck, everything you want in an auto repair facility, you get at Sheridan Autotech. Uncle Kevin and his team are honest. They treat their customers like family, and they even take a quick free look at your stuff if you drive by and have a problem. They do 1-hour free diagnostics on most problems when you make an appointment. 303-455-7242. SheridanAutotech.com. Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney. Before you roll your eyes and say, I'm never going to need one, think about it. I hope you don't. There are times you might have to refer him to a friend or a neighbor, or God forbid, one of your kids, right? DUIs are considered a criminal offense. And a lot of people, even if they don't drink, smoking weed now has almost surpassed the drinking violations. Whatever it is, you need an attorney to get through the system. Whether guilty, whether innocent and proved and falsely accused, whatever it is. What you need is to know Joe Lazzara's name so you're not shopping under pressure. Lazzara, Joe Lazzara, 303-429-6200. Free initial consultations always. Then flat rate pricing, 429-6200.
Addiction.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
These floors. So where are you learning? I don't like Babel at all. Babel is like weird. I like some of them, but I don't like Babel.
During Advanced Hair Summer Sales Event, advancedhair.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Very active show, 303-713-8255. MH08, one of my YouTube morons says I get 80 pounds, 80 PSI for water in Denver. I got a shower head from Denver Water that puts out a very nice high-pressure spray for free. Go ahead.
You can actually request those, I believe, and they'll send you one for free, one per household.
But they do restrict the flow a little to get that pressure.
They restrict the flow, but they're right. Because I got one.
They're pretty good?
Yeah, they're really good.
Am I on Denver Water here? I don't know. I'm not. I'm on Cherry Creek something. That's south.
I actually lived in Highlands Ranch when I got mine, so
I can just probably buy one. Anyway, he said he tried to find it on Denver Water's site. He'll see if there's a model number. Yeah, thanks. Get me a model number and a brand. I'll bet you Amazon has them. But you said the ones that offer to soften water with that cartridge, that doesn't really work on the shower head, right?
I don't see how it's going to soften the water. It might, it's going to remove sediment and minerals possibly, but which might help, but it certainly isn't going to soften the water.
Okay, now, so the inline fan in these 4-inch pipes sound much like a mitigation for
radon mitigation, I believe.
It says, can I add a 4-inch inline for the incoming floor pipe to generate more airflow into that raised area above the dirt, or will this cause air balance issues? I can't see why they would want to do that, though. Why you would want to bring in more air. I don't get it. Is it to make it cooler? Is that what he wants to? Can I add a 4-inch inline for the incoming floor pipe, to generate more airflow into that raised area above the dirt? But is that to keep? I don't understand. Does it get really hot down there? Maybe is that what he's trying to do?
Hard to say.
Okay. Anyway, as far as it is a good point. As far as air circulation in general, if you had a crawl space or a basement area, you need to keep that insulated from your house if it's not heated or cooled. You need to keep it insulated from the house. Really, you do. Shut off. Unless there are vents down there. Now, if there are vents down there and it's unfinished, you really should close off those vents, don't you think, Bob?
These are crawl spaces, right?
Well, I'm talking about a basement. If you have an unfinished basement.
Okay.
In an unfinished basement, that needs to be shut off if it's not heated or cooled, don't you think? Or I guess you could leave it open if it's cool in the summer, right?
You're talking about the vents now.
No, I'm talking about the area itself, just a door leading downstairs.
Yeah, I would keep it on because, again, if it's...
We keep it on, meaning what do you mean keep it on?
Well, I mean, I'd keep the doors open if there's...
Okay, yeah, cool air down there.
Right, if there's a return air, especially if there's a return air vent down there, it's going to pull that cool air back up through
And
the
that's
house.
Another thing. Furnaces have to breathe. I notice a lot of people, they store stuff sometimes in mechanical rooms. That can choke down their system, right?
That can, or a lot of times around your house. So typically the return air, which pulls the air in, is on your walls. Sometimes it's on your floor, but a lot of times people
I have one over there, yeah. Okay.
That where you
Behind
got your couch shoved up against it.
Kind
so
of.
It's not breathing.
It's kind of some of it, but you're right. It's got to be open, doesn't it?
You need to pull it away from the wall a little bit so that your system can breathe.
I got to turn that down. I agree with you on that. That is necessary. So return air are the grates you see about 6 inches above the floor, right?
Yep.
6 to 8 inches above the floor, and they're rectangle.
Usually
they don't look like a little vent, like a heating vent. They look like a rectangle, a grate.
Correct.
And you need to make sure they're clear. Those are return airs. And sometimes when you guys go in to check systems, you're getting a lot of calls now because of the heat. Do you get more calls for imbalance when it's heat or more calls when it's imbalance in the cold?
During air conditioning season.
Yeah, that's when you notice how hot it is in a
Right.
certain area. Okay, so in the times you check those, do you ever find there's just not enough air return?
Quite often, yes. Especially if...
But you can't just add a return air anywhere, can you?
There are some things you can. You can add a return air, yes.
What, you make what? But if there's not one up there in the upper floor, for example.
Or increase the return air.
Where it is.
Is another one. Sometimes you can put a vent in above a door. You know, a lot of times people and children, like, for whatever reason, it seems like the children's bedroom is always above the garage, which is always the hottest room in the house. And so because the kids don't need privacy necessarily, you can put a vent in above the door to allow air.
That moves back and forth.
Yeah, so they can still have the door closed, but air will move back and forth there. So there are some things you can do. But again, if you're having those issues, get an expert out, whether it's us or another reputable furnace and air conditioning company, and they can give you some suggestions.
Alicia, what's going on with your sister? Real quick here, and I'll take it after the break. What's going on? Let me get the right people on.
She is getting evicted because we've been trying to pay her rent. She's in jail right now, and we've been trying to pay her rent, and the manager is like avoiding us in every...
Do you think she's being evicted? Do you think she's being evicted for lack of payment, or that he just doesn't want her there because of the... Does he know she's in jail?
Yeah, and we've tried to contact her. She said that we needed to get Norma to call. Well, she tried to call her, and there's a block on there, so she can't call.
Actually,
and
believe it or not, being in jail is not a grounds for eviction.
It's her boyfriend. She don't like her boyfriend.
Wait a minute. Does her boyfriend live there too?
No, he's been staying there to save the apartment for her. And he's the one who's got the
she
rent
doesn't
money.
want him staying there?
Yeah, she doesn't like him.
Okay. So in other words, she wants him out of there, but is he on the lease?
No.
Okay, hold on. We'll come right back to you. I'm Tom Martino. Hold on, Alicia. We'll come right back to you on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Some usual slowdowns into the downtown area. I-25 southbound seeing some stop-and-go traffic between I-70 and Spear Boulevard. Northbound I-25 flowing free from one end of town to the other. I-70 eastbound at DIA, you are going to see some busy traffic starting at I-272 Pena Boulevard. Only 1 or 2 minutes of delays there. I-70 westbound, it's easy driving into the foothills from the Denver metro area. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, another hot one today, folks. We're seeing a high of 96 degrees, overnight low of 65. Scattered thunderstorms throughout town throughout the rest of the week. Tomorrow, high 94. The current temperature in Denver is 90 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Blindster is a family-run business that began in 2010, and we've sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters and received over 100,000 five-star reviews. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
All right. If you are looking for estate planning, or actually you should be looking for estate planning if you don't have a will. Now, everyone needs a will, even a simple will. Keelan Park can help you with that. They can also help you with a trust. Sometimes you need a combination of a trust and a will. Other times you need more of a comprehensive plan, even with more than that. And what they can do is take a look at everything you have and decide what you need, and that's all free of charge. So if you call Keelan Park, they look at your life, they look at your business, they look at your investments, they look at what you own, they look at what you have collected and invested, all of that. And then they look at your heirs, and they put together suggestions and a plan, all with flat rate pricing. Then you decide what you want to do, how much of it you want to do, and that's a great way to know without any kind of risk. Keel and Park, let them put together a plan with a price, and you decide what you want to do. Keel and Park, lawkp.com, 970-818-8198, 970-818-8198. Red Rocks Roof and Solar. I can't say enough about these people because of how they operate. What they do is they allow you to get a solar system, and they help you with the credits, any financing you need, and if it's a commercial system, they can help you even get a grant to help pay for all of it. Yeah, that's the incentive governments are giving right now, and Red Rocks is in on all of them. In fact, with Red Rocks, you get a 40% tax credit, not just a 30%, as you might have heard of. 303-704-2449. They do sales, installation, and service. 303-704-2449. RedRocksRS.com. I don't get Alicia's, but like her sister, then he needs to be evicted, not her. But you got a busy day today?
Not really.
Back how? Just today is
just Thursday, Friday.
You should have.
They take care of all the day-to-day stuff, so I can just focus on strategy and culture and vision and things I enjoy doing. I don't mind getting caught up in the operations,
Bob, I give this talk to you guys, and it's well worth it if you know. I tell you, every day on the show, I need to go through my tapes, and I can prove it every day on my show. People. They don't think of just the end. They don't think of just the beginning. They think of the story. I mean, no matter how many times I ask them, what's the problem? They say, well, you see, I called so-and-so, and then they sequentially. Never do they think topically. It's always sequential. Always. In fact, if I interrupt him here, I say, well, what's happening today? And then we'll work background where I want to help you. They start right here. As I said, then they go, you can't interrupt them. And so they have a picture in their mind. So no matter how good or bad the product is, if that story isn't in their heart as a positive story, it will be like they watched a bad movie, and they will repeat it that way. And it's the most positive reviews don't even come from the product, I swear to God. I mean, they want the product to work. But you can have a product that doesn't work and that has failed over and over. And you guys have done the positive story, and they'll still love you and won't put up a negative review.
Right.
I mean, they don't want to be cheated. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, things that happen now. They will overlook. And what I try to get through to technicians, and I do this to a lot of companies, is that you're creating an experience, not a product. If that experience...
It's the fastest 2 hours in talk radio, aiming to cut through the clutter and wash out the white noise of the mainstream media. The only missing ingredient is you. Join me each day of the work week, starting at 2 here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Okay, so Alicia, your sister, how long has she been in jail, by the way?
3 months.
Okay, when will she be out?
I don't know. They keep canceling court in Texas. If they only have it once a month, and they canceled it.
And is her lease here in Colorado?
Yes.
Okay, here's what I want to tell you. When is the lease up?
It's I don't know when it's up. I really don't. I just know that she wrote a letter giving permission to put Chad onto the lease for boyfriend.
Oh. So what is the issue now? Is your sister being evicted right now?
Yes.
What is the reason for the eviction?
Non-payment of rent.
Okay. Well, that's a good reason. That's one of the few reasons they can now get rid of people. So non-payment of rent. And what she instructed you to do was to pay the rent.
Yep.
Okay. On the non-payment of rent, how many months are we talking?
3.
Do you have the money to make it 100% full?
Yes, sir.
What stage is the eviction in right now?
It's already went to court. The judge did tell Chad that it's up to the manager at this point whether.
Okay, so they did not. Okay, when you went to court, the hearing, who was there? Was he there, Chad, the boyfriend there?
Yes, sir.
Were you there?
No.
Did Chad offer to make full payment at that time?
Yep.
And the judge refused?
No, he said it was up to the management.
Then the judge refused to say they had to take it. In other words, the judge said they can decide whether or not to take the payment.
Yes, sir.
In other words, they could proceed with the eviction if they wanted to.
Yep.
There must have been a reason for that. Do you know why the judge would have said that? See, we need to investigate this because normally that would cure it. And I don't understand why they're not allowing them to cure it. So hold on, Kachina. Let's get her on with Brad O'Brien if we can tomorrow and get a copy of the lease if we can. If not, we'll still get her on. By the way, Plumline Services, when they're not here, plumlineservices.com, 303-586-1086, 303 Martino to save all your problems for me. See you, man.
All right, you're clear, buddy. See ya.